Mr. Giorgio Graditti, General Director of Enea, Italy, and the President of Medena. I will invite, if you allow me, I will invite all the speakers of the opening session, please. Dr. Zuhair Hamdi, the Executive Director of the Regional Center for Renewable Energy and Energy Efficiency. Ms. Leoneta Pajer, Deputy Head of Unit at the European Commission, DG MENA, please. And Mr. Graminos Mastroregini, Deputy Secretary General of the Union for Mediterranean. Mr. Graditti, over to you.
Excellence, ladies and gentlemen, distinguished guests and esteemed colleagues, it's great honor and privilege that I welcome you to the final event of the second phase of meetMED project. Today, we gather to celebrate the conclusion of our collective efforts, to reflect on our achievements, and to envision the path forward. This event marks not just the end of a project, but the beginning of a renewed commitment to collaboration, resilience, and sustainable development in the Mediterranean region. In these challenging times, marked by international crises and conflicts in the Mediterranean and neighboring regions, the importance of multilateral and cross-regional collaboration cannot be overstated. Through our interconnected network, we find strength in our common challenges. Together, we reinforce cooperation, solidarity, and resilience in the face of regional difficulties. Our work serves as bridges aimed at fostering cooperation, nurturing peace, and promoting solidarity. And let us not forget the new generations who deserve our special attention. I bring forth a resounding message. Multilateral cooperation among our institutions is the bridge that spans the chasms of regional problems. As we navigate these turbulent waters, we remain resolute in our commitment. Our shared vision for the future towards a sustainable, energy-efficient Mediterranean region needs robust partnerships that reinforce both North-South and South-South cooperation. In these efforts, multi-level governance plays a pivotal role, bridging the gap between policy frameworks and practical implementation. One of the critical areas we focus on is the decarbonization of the Mediterranean cities that host more than 60% of the population in the region, and current urbanization trends are expected to further aggravate the climate crisis in the coming years. Energy efficiency and resource efficiency, such as the water-energy nexus, are vital components of our strategy. In the meetMED project, we recognize the paramount importance of the building sector within the Mediterranean region as one of the most energy-intensive sectors. However, our national agencies cast their gaze further, embracing a holistic approach to sustainability. Let me shed light on the broader spectrum of our endeavors. Renewable employment. Our agency actively promotes the adoption of renewable energy sources. By fostering employment opportunities in this domain, we contribute to both economic growth and environmental well-being. Industrial energy efficiency. Industries plays a pivotal role in our region's development. Hence, we focus on enhancing energy efficiency at the industrial level. By optimizing processes and minimizing waste, we pave the way for a greener future. Grid optimization. The grids that power our lives require meticulous attention. Our efforts extend beyond mere maintenance. We strive for grid efficiency. A robust, well-functioning grid is essential for sustainable energy distribution. Transportation efficiency. Our agency champions energy-efficient transportation solutions. From electric vehicles to smart and sustainable mobility systems, we envision a cleaner, more efficient transport network. Green hydrogen. Hydrogen, when produced sustainable, holds immense promise. We explore its potential as a clean energy carrier, fostering research, innovation, development, and practical application. The last, digital transformation. The digital era is upon us, and we embrace it totally. Digitalization enhances our ability to monitor, manage, and optimize energy systems. It's a key enabler in our journey towards decarbonization. The challenges we face are multifaceted, transcending national borders. Together we forge pathways towards a carbon-neutral Mediterranean. Let us continue our collaborative efforts guided by the solid belief that our institutions serve as bridges to a sustainable future. As we conclude this notable journey of the phase 2 of the meetMED project, let us carry forward the spirit of cooperation, the drive for innovation, and the commitment to sustainability. Together, we can build a brighter, more resilient future for the Mediterranean region and beyond. Thank all of you for your kind attention. I wish you a fruitful discussion. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Graditti. I'm inviting Dr. Zuhair Hamdi, the Executive Director of the Regional Center for Renewable Energy and Energy Efficiency. Over to you.
Thank you, Nadia. Excellencies, distinguished guests, colleagues, and partners, it gives me a great pleasure to be part of this important gathering to celebrate the successful conclusion of the meetMED 2 project. meetMED 2 has played a key role over the past years in advancing energy efficiency measures across the southern Mediterranean. The project has facilitated the development of policies and capacity building activities, including tools, platforms, methodologies, and pilot projects focused on improving building efficiency to tackle the region's energy challenges. Thanks to the support of the European Union, to meetMED project, an innovative and regional cooperation model has been developed through the strategic partnership between Medener and RCRI. This model is working continually and successfully on bridging policy and implementation gaps across the Mediterranean by combining technical expertise with regional reach. As we celebrate these remarkable achievements, it is essential to take a moment to reflect on the valuable lessons learned through this journey, since we stand at the threshold of an even more ambitious chapter with meetMED 2. meetMED 2 was only a step in this long journey, and we are looking forward, of course, to the next step of this long journey, to the meetMED 3, with more success to achieve on the ground. This next phase presents an opportunity to deepen regional collaboration, scale proven solutions, and address energy challenges across the Mediterranean. meetMED 2 can accelerate the transition, meetMED 3, sorry, can accelerate the transition to a low-carbon economy while prioritizing inclusivity and climate resilience. It is a project with a futuristic strategic vision where innovative financing, digital transformation, and strengthened local governance converge to deliver tangible progress, empowering communities and advancing our shared climate goals. Finally, I would like to extend my sincere gratitude to all stakeholders, the agencies, government representatives, regional partners, technical experts, and development agencies, without forgetting my colleagues at the Regional Center for Renewable Energy and Energy Efficiency, whose dedication and collaboration have been instrumental in reaching this milestone. I believe that through collaborative initiatives like meetMED, we can leverage our collective strengths to accelerate the clean energy transition. This collective effort presents both an opportunity and an obligation to transform shared visions into concrete actions that drive sustainable progress and lasting impact for our region. I wish you a successful workshop and looking forward to seeing you in our next phase, the meetMED 3. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Dr. Zuhair. Let me invite Ms. Leonita Payer. This time I pronounce it correct. Over to you.
Thank you very much. And thanks for the warm welcome. I'm coming only at the end of the project, but I've heard very, very impressive things of the results that you have achieved so far. And so I'm honored to be part of this closing conference. Actually, the journey has started much earlier than this phase, so it gives also the idea of how the vision behind this initiative actually was forthcoming with the needs and the attention that the European Union also has put on the issues of climate action and renewable energies in the Mediterranean in its agenda. I will not focus too much on the results because you have said a lot and it will be part of all the discussions of this week. But what I would like to focus more on, and it was already mentioned, is that we are going to go ahead with the third phase of this project, which has been approved by the Commission, and it's currently under design. And the discussions that will happen in these days here will, of course, be valuable for this process, and we hope that the meetMED 3 will be signed in the autumn. The third phase will, in fact, draw from lessons learned from this phase and the phase before, of course, and build on what the project has achieved so far, but will also encompass new areas, notably with a stronger focus on the city-level action, which will support the Covenant of Mayors initiative in the Mediterranean, which builds on another successful project, and also the EU for Climate Action in the southern neighborhood known as meetMED, which is also coming to an end. The new phase of the project will also seek the strengthening of the cooperation with the Program for the Energy Efficiency in Buildings in the Mediterranean, the meetMED, which also is supported by the European Union, which aims to advance energy efficiency measures in building by supporting Mediterranean countries during the inception, design, and construction of large public and private renovation and construction projects. As I said before, energy transitions remains at the top of the EU's agenda and at the heart of our joint cooperation priorities in the Mediterranean regions and also beyond. Supporting a transition toward renewable energy and improved energy efficiency is a key to achieve the global climate goals, and the EU is still firmly committed to the European Green Deal's goals of achieving 55% reduction in greenhouse emissions by 2030 and achieving climate neutrality by 2050. Many of our partners in the southern Mediterranean, in the southern neighborhood region, have also ambitious mitigation goals and that you are all actively pursuing. The energy transition is, of course, also central in improving energy security, that in the last few years we have seen can be a very fragile equilibrium on both shores of the Mediterranean. And this is an important goal, particularly considering the current geopolitical trends. But our cooperation is not only in facing challenges, but also on embracing opportunities of the green transition. The Mediterranean region benefits from abundant renewable energy resources, and as costs for renewable energy technologies have come down drastically, renewables is in many cases already the most cost-competitive solution, while also offering a climate neutrality energy supply. Following a path of decarbonized growth can also drive competitiveness and create new jobs and investments. Energy transition will continue to be central to our cooperation, and also in the context of the new Pact for the Mediterranean, which is currently being developed. The Pact will set the stage for a deeper and more strategic partnership within the EU and its neighbors. It is not just about the dialogue, but is about building a shared space of peace, prosperity, and stability, and anchor it in mutual interest and long-term convergence. The member states, the Mediterranean partner countries, civil society, and numerous stakeholders have been consulted in the elaboration of the pact to ensure that shared priorities are duly reflected in the document. This consultation process is now drawing to an end, and while the details on specific priorities are still to be defined, we already know that energy transition will have a prominent role. Among the initiatives we are developing, I will mention in particular the Trans-Mediterranean Energy and Clean Tech Cooperation Initiative, better known as meetMED. This initiative aims at accelerate decarbonization, boost economic competitiveness, and create jobs in clean tech manufacturing sectors, both in the EU and in the Mediterranean region. It is expected that meetMED will facilitate large-scale private investments in the renewables and clean tech sectors, and this will complement and link up with the existing initiatives, including with meetMED. I would also like, because we have been created as a new DG, we have been a stable partner for you, but a new DG called DG MENA was created on the 1st of February, which now encompasses also the Gulf region. So we are looking at how to form new partnerships also with the Gulf countries in areas of mutual interest, including energy cooperation. Some Gulf countries like the United Arab Emirates are now following an ambitious path towards climate neutrality and are increasingly interested in cooperation on sustainable energy. We would like to look with you into potential for establishing a triangular or trilateral cooperation with mutual benefits. We expect that in the incoming years, this type of cooperation will become more prominent, and some initial exchanges with the Gulf countries could also take place in the scope of the meetMED 3 project. I want to conclude also to say a special word for the colleagues that are online, for those that could not be here with us because they couldn't fly to Brussels. Our hearts is also with you, and I wish you all a great discussion and fruitful cooperation. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you for this insight word. Dear colleagues, ladies and gentlemen, this meetMED final event is organized alongside the Union for Mediterranean Green Week. It's also a very good sign of regional cooperation. Let me invite Dr. Graminos. You will mention definitely the meetMED project and the UFM collaboration.
Yes, good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. I also would like to express my proximity to all those who couldn't travel here. Thank you for inviting us, the Union for the Mediterranean. It comes with a small price because we are a political organization. So we're not really prone into seeing things inside the sectors, but rather with a larger overview. And what an opportunity for us, not only because we celebrate the end of something, but because we are getting into the discussion of a new dimension for the continuation of the meetMED project. In the very acronym of meetMED, there is a focus on mitigation. But, and it's not a happy thing, urgency is now on adaptation. Not because the two aspects are opposed, but simply because in the Mediterranean we are on a verge of entering into a tragic feedback loop. Climate change is already exerting destabilizing effects, but when a community, especially the poorest ones, are destabilized, they simply lose their ability to mitigate. They get into an emergency mode, and when they are into emergency, you don't think about tomorrow. So if we don't adapt, the result will be that we will not be able to mitigate. In this perspective, and please remember that my organization has a goal that seems unrelated with this meeting. Our very mandate is to tackle the root causes of conflicts, which has become kind of actual. And starting from this adaptation perspective, let me piece together sectors that seem unrelated, but which I think should be really considered in devising a new phase of meetMED. The first aspect is well known to you. The Mediterranean is the second fastest warming region in the world. The waters of the Mediterranean Sea are the fastest warming. Related to these two measurements, there are predicted impacts which are frankly scary and short-term. 250 million people in water scarcity within 10-15 years, the fastest rising sea globally, which could salinize coastal plains and especially the deltas of the rivers with plenty of problems and all these things. So this is one dimension. Second dimension is that our region is very asymmetric. It is a region where income distribution is extremely unfair. It's a place of rich and poor, of strong and weak. Third aspect, which seems unrelated, is demography. We have a north, which is, they agree with me. Yes. We have a north, which is, let me use this word, slowly dying, and we have a south, which is expanding demographically very fast. Well, how are these things related? Well, we forecast severe impacts of climate change, but if these fell on a region which was homogeneous demographically and economically, they wouldn't be so dangerous. They become dangerous in a place of rich and poor and where demographic trends are absolutely opposite. So the patchwork is quite complicated and quite fragile. And here comes the idea of integrating energy systems. In our day-to-day lives, we look at it, we know it's important, but we look at it sectorially. But I would like you to take a broader outlook. The fact itself of integrating system has some co-benefits. If it's integrating energy systems based on renewables, these co-benefits are amplified a lot. And we can take energy as a paradigm for all the other sectors. In our perspective, in our view, as an organization that gathers everyone, we can say that the only solution that makes sense is I need you, you need me. Nobody around the Mediterranean is rich or strong enough, not even the richest or the strongest, to face on its own a crisis of this pace and magnitude. But if we put together those differences, even those that made us have disputes in the past, we end up having a larger basket of solutions. And energy is a paradigm, starting from everything that you all know. You know, the European Union wants to decarbonize by 2050, fantastic, but it's quantitatively impossible without counting on the renewable potential of places which are not members. Some states of the Balkans have a very important wind potential. The South Shore, of course, has all its solar potential. In turn, these sectors could not develop. They wouldn't have enough finance if they only relied on internal markets. So I need you, you need me. Let's say we go in that direction, we manage to solve all the problems, even the small ones on the way, which are actually the worst ones, like uniform technical and legal standards, defragmenting markets, defragmenting the South-South interconnection, this kind of things. We would not only have a beautiful decarbonization panorama, but we would have macroeconomic co-benefits. And they are so large, we have calculated them through experts, that they will solve the three problems at the same time. Of course, they help mitigate. They also help adapt, because renewables are more resilient than traditional energy sources to the fluctuations and to the mobility of resources that we are going to have with this rapid advancing of climate change. At the same time, an integration of energy system will largely help redistribute income, and so help rebalance this terrible asymmetry, especially because renewables are technology and labor intensive, but also because, let me call them a little bit more democratic. Traditional energy systems have to be based mainly on scale economies. This is true also for renewables, but renewables can also be distributed locally, which means that economic opportunities will be redistributed in a fair way and in a quite capillary way. And then, what's that got to do with demography? Well, it is obvious that if demographic trends tend to explode, this is not really related to culture, values, this is related to situations of poverty for many, many reasons. So with one thing, integration, accelerated by the fact that it's integration on renewables, we actually tackle the three dimensions of terrible danger that our region is facing. And this is energy, but let us take energy as a paradigm, because energy, let's say, is easy to sell. It's even accelerated by terrible things like what happened in Ukraine that made us feel that regionally we have to seek more independence and things like that. But the same thing, for instance, is true for food systems. In 10, 15 years, Southern Europe will have a climate that we don't know how to tackle, and for which we do not have the phytogenetic heritage. But it's the phytogenetic heritage and the know-how that our brothers in the South have. And this introduces me to my last point. As I told you, as an organization that brings everyone together, we have this idea. It's not only the poor ones need the rich ones, but it's I need you, you need me. We need the potential of other regions, we need the phytogenetic heritage, we need the know-how. In our region, it makes no sense to have technology transfer. We need knowledge sharing. We need joining hands. We need resources sharing. And I'm happy that the colleague from the European Commission stressed the dimension of energy efficiency. In our calculations, this should represent 40% of the whole operation. But, you know, technology transfer means that I am advanced, I know all about the latest computer, I will give you as a gift this. No, wait a moment, what is technology? Technology is know-how. Those who have listened to me are tired of hearing me repeat this example. I could multiply it. If you go along the Silk Road, you often find cone-shaped buildings, which are called yakchal. It's a Persian word, it means the fridge. They were used by merchants to deposit perishable goods. They have one characteristic, that is, no matter how hot it is outside, inside the temperature is always between 0 and -4. That expenditure is 0. The cooling of traditional homes with our friends in the South is 60 ways better in terms of personal feeling than any air conditioning. Our brothers managed to flourish gardens in the desert. They used a Persian Arab technology called the Qanat. So who needs who? I really hope that meetMED 3 is strongly focused on this idea. There is no giver, there is no taker. We need each other. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much for this positive note at the end. Thank you all for your insightful remarks. I will just present an overview of the agenda and the objective of the workshop briefly. Then we'll take a photo of the panel. So, yes, the meetMED 2 final event, Brussels 24, 2025, will feature two key sessions. Day 1, today, includes high-level roundtable on regional energy governance, building efficiency, policies, and empowering local authorities with participation of the EU and Mediterranean stakeholders. Day 2, tomorrow, we will focus on technical outputs, presenting tools, financing models, and lessons learned from the project. The event aims to highlight achievements in energy transition, showcase collaborative solutions, and outline future directions for EU Southern Neighborhood cooperation in sustainable energy. Now we invite you to a video, Asma. We have a video too. Yes, thank you. Let's have a photo of group. That's my photo of the group.
Could someone take a photo, please? Okay. Yes. Ahmed Chan will take the photos. You were with Ahmed.
First, gonna introduce the video.
Yes, I'm going to introduce it.
And then
It will be managed. Thank you so much. Hi, my name is Asma. I believe all of you are aware of me. I'm the communication manager of the meetMED project. I'm typically not the one to take the stage. I prefer to be one of the behind-the-line soldiers who are supporting the team from the back area. But today it's different. We are celebrating. It is our moment to celebrate the key achievements of the meetMED project. I'm going to introduce to you today a short video showcasing the key remarkable achievement of the second phase of meetMED project. Okay.
Supporting the European Union's partner countries in fostering the clean energy transition is at the heart of the EU Green Deal. The mitigation enabling energy transition in the Mediterranean region
The sound is good, or we need
is an
louder?
EU-funded program developed by the Mediterranean Association of the National Agencies for Energy Management and the Regional Center for Renewable Energy and Energy Efficiency. Over a 4-year journey, meetMED 2 aimed to enhance the energy security of 8 Mediterranean countries. The main activities of the meetMED program includes harmonizing strategies and policies on energy efficiency in buildings and appliances, while strengthening regional cooperation through several initiatives, including organizing 3 remarkable editions of meetMED Weeks in Egypt, March 2022, Morocco, May 2023, and Tunisia, April 2024. Developing guidelines and best practices for energy efficiency measures in buildings, complete with cost arguments for decision makers. Assisting policymakers in monitoring and evaluation by implementing a common regional energy observatory database on energy efficiency indicators. Updating data on buildings and appliances to track the implementation of national energy efficiency action plans and national strategies. Promoting energy efficiency in the building sector through demonstration actions and capacity building programs in coordination with partner countries. These activities comprise conducting study tours and releasing a comprehensive regional report on the potential of district cooling in South Mediterranean countries. Enhancing energy management and thermal comfort through technical assistance, energy audits, and training courses on standardized energy services with performance contracts. Upgrading the Priority Decision Support Tool, a web-based application that supports local and regional authorities in managing public buildings by providing insights into energy consumption and renewable energy production. Designing solutions to improve the water energy nexus in the building sector through implementing pilot projects in Jordan and Algeria. Developing a comprehensive tool for the water energy nexus evaluation methodology for the Mediterranean basin to evaluate and promote measures that reduce both water and energy consumption while enhancing climate resilience. Promoting local cooperation on energy efficiency in buildings through 5 twinning city agreements, enabling 14 municipalities to connect with peers from both shores of the Mediterranean, showcasing feasible solutions and contributing to capacity building. Developing a regional platform for training and provisional certification of sustainable buildings named GrassMed, offering green building open online courses and certification. Promoting energy efficient appliances in South Mediterranean countries by offering professional training and capacity building programs for national policymakers and key stakeholders on the EU experience in e-waste management and recycling. promoting minimum energy performance standards and labeling processes for appliances, with a special focus on air conditioning. Facilitating access to finance for efficient buildings and high-performance equipment by organizing national and regional roundtables called Mediterranean Sustainable Energy Investment Forums to improve visibility of existing funds and create innovative funding mechanisms for green projects. Developing dedicated models for banks and financing institutions on incentives and business models. Creating an interactive web tool called meetMED Finance Navigator, designed to assist users in identifying and accessing financial options for energy efficiency projects in South Mediterranean countries. Launching regional awareness campaigns under the theme Think Smart, Save Water, Save Energy, Recycle E-Waste. These campaigns have been successfully implemented in Algeria, Jordan, and Tunisia, empowering the next generation to become eco-heroes.
Thank you so much. I need to thank more than 75 distinguished experts representing 14 organizations. We wouldn't have been able to do this video without your outstanding support. Thank you so much, and looking forward to see you all soon in the launching event of the third phase of meetMED. Thank you. See you soon all. Bye-bye.
Thank you very much, Asma. That was a brief regarding the meetMED 2 projects. So let's move to our roundtable, our first roundtable. Welcome to panel discussion. So it will be the regional strategies for energy efficiency and governance. I'm pleased to invite my speakers, Ms. Milou Birput, Program Manager, DG MENA, European Commission. Please. We have with us Mr. Basil Yassin, General Director of Renewable Energy at PEC Palestine. Is he with us? Online. Okay, perfect. Yes, yes, please. Okay. Yes. I invite as well Dr. Magid Mahmoud, Technical Director of the Regional Center for Renewable Energy and Energy Efficiency. Mr. Fathi Hanshi, General Director of INAME, Tunisia. And Mr. Marwan Shaban, General Director of APRO, Algeria. For the translation, is it available? Okay. Yeah. Yes. You have. Yeah, anglais, français, oui. Okay. Okay. So, welcome. Happy to be with you. I feel like I speak a lot today, but I'm happy to have you for this session. So this session, ladies and gentlemen, will explore the key aspects of advancing energy efficiency across the region, focusing on national frameworks, institutional reforms, and innovative investment mechanisms. The panel featured our experts, and I'm happy to first give them the floor to introduce themselves. Then we move to our questions. We want the discussion to be a kind of open discussion about meetMED, the concerns of the agencies and all the partners, and then we will share discussions also with our attendees. Fathi?
Ok, merci beaucoup. Bon, je peux parler en français parce que je ne maîtrise pas beaucoup. Ok, d'accord, merci beaucoup. Merci pour la question et le cadre et bien sûr un grand merci aux organisateurs de cet événement important, particulièrement à nos amis de l'Union européenne d'avoir appuyé ce projet et donné la possibilité de ce travail international. Comme vous le savez, pour une menace globale, toute réponse doit être transnationale et décloisonnée. C'est pour cela ce type de projet, il donne la possibilité de collaborer, de faire un réseautage, de mieux fusionner les stratégies et les politiques, et c'est un exercice vraiment très important. Moyennant, bien sûr, quelques ajustements qu'il faudrait peut-être les prévoir afin de, bien sûr, concevoir des projets spécifiques ou des activités spécifiques et qui tiennent compte aux spécificités des pays. Un point très important, une remarque que je peux l'avancer, c'est qu'aujourd'hui, il y a un grand besoin, au niveau des pays du Sud au moins, de travailler beaucoup sur la question de renforcement de capacité, comme il a mentionné notre collègue de l'Union européenne, l'Union pour la Méditerranée. Parmi les axes d'intervention reconnus par les organisations internationales, notamment l'AIE et l'ERENA, c'est le renforcement de capacité. Donc tout ce qui est infrastructure physique, bien sûr, pour intégrer les solutions de transition énergique, tout ce qui est institutionnel et réglementaire, mais également le besoin de collaborer pour renforcer les capacités et bien sûr améliorer les connaissances par rapport à la transition énergétique. Et je crois cet espace-là de collaboration MEDENER recréé avec l'Union européenne, il peut bien sûr permettre aux pays de mieux apprendre et mieux maîtriser les technologies. Le dernier point concernant tout ce qui est aspect lié aux structures institutionnelles, je crois aujourd'hui une agence nationale dédiée pour la transition énergétique est une nécessité pour tous les pays. Et l'expérience des pays qui disposent de cette structure institutionnelle montre que ce type d'institution peut facilement aider à adopter les techniques et les technologies de transition énergétique. Et je termine par cette information. Aujourd'hui, l'Agence nationale pour la maîtrise de l'énergie fête son 40e anniversaire cette année. Donc, on a été créé en 1985 avec l'appui à l'époque de l'Agence française de maîtrise de l'énergie, la FME. Et aujourd'hui, on fête notre 40e anniversaire et bien sûr, cet organisme-là, il a permis de créer un grand réseau un grand tissu de services et un tissu industriel qui aide beaucoup à la mise en œuvre de notre stratégie de transition énergétique.
Merci beaucoup, Fatih, et très bon anniversaire à l'Agence nationale de la maîtrise de l'énergie en Tunisie, et longue vie et plein de succès. So I will start where we end with Fatih. He talked about the energy transition agencies. Now we are talking about reforms of agencies, reforms of institutions, reforms. So my question to you, Milou, please. So what are the key institutional and policy reforms essential to accelerate the energy transition measures in the Mediterranean region, and maybe what are the reforms, and maybe what is the role of the EU in facilitating these reforms through the experience, I mean.
Thank you very much, Nadia. And good afternoon, everybody. Thank you for inviting me. Thank you for being here. I would like to start by saying that energy efficiency is actually nothing new. I think we are already discussing energy efficiency for a very long time. So you may wonder why we are still talking about energy efficiency, even though we already started in the 1970s, I believe. And I think that is to some extent because energy efficiency has some big distinction from renewable energy. I think energy efficiency is playing around in these end-use sectors that are so very different. We can talk about industry, small scale, large scale, energy intensive or not. We are talking about building sector, commercial buildings, residential buildings, new buildings, existing buildings. We are talking about appliances. I think all of these different end-use sectors have different ways of making investment decisions. And that's where I think that specifically energy efficiency is more challenging, for example, than renewable energy. Because each of those different end users may need to be addressed with specific type of tools. We have so many different ways of working on energy efficiency, but it also would need to be addressed to the right target group in the right way. So we can talk about building codes for new buildings. We can talk about minimum energy performance standards for appliances. But we may need to talk differently when we have existing buildings where we cannot enforce building codes, but we need to work with information and energy labels. Or we have energy intensive industries who are already very well aware of their energy consumption, but they may just need to be told this is the level until you can go and nothing more. So that's where I think, especially in this area of energy efficiency and energy savings, we have so many good experiences per country that we need to work together in order to share these best practices. And that's where I think a project like meetMED and a collaboration of all these energy agencies in every country is an excellent way to be able to learn from each other. And that is maybe in energy efficiency even more than in renewable energy, just because we have so many different instruments that we may need to apply for different sectors. So I have seen already in the meetMED meetings that these tools are being shared, are being discussed, are being used in different countries, and I think this is something we may still hope to continue doing in the next phase of meetMED.
Yes, thank you very much. In fact, I really share this point of view in terms of reforms, and I would like here to ask Monsieur Chaban, bonjour et merci d'être parmi nous. Yes, my question is, do we need really reforms for, I mean, political or institutional reforms to advance renewable energy and energy efficiency, not renewable energy, energy efficiency especially, because we are talking in energy efficiency building in meetMED project. Do we need really institutional and political reforms to advance energy efficiency?
Je parlais en français. Ah, très bien. En fait, l'avantage d'une organisation comme le MEDENER et le RECRE, c'est que les membres s'appuient sur leur cadre stratégique à eux, propre à leur pays, tout en puisant sur les expériences
des autres pour pouvoir apporter les améliorations nécessaires, parfois peut-être l'accélérateur nécessaire à travers des outils, une façon d'approcher la problématique, une façon de manager qui nous manque dans certains cas. Donc en fait, ce genre d'organisation, moi personnellement, je trouve que c'est le plus favorable pour nous. D'accord ? D'un autre côté, tout le monde a le même objectif, la même vision stratégique, c'est-à-dire établir un système énergétique du moins durable, efficace, inclusif, qui bénéficie à l'environnement, mais pas que, qui doit bénéficier aussi à l'économie du pays, parce que nous cherchons à diversifier notre modèle économique, qui doit bénéficier aussi à la qualité de vie des citoyens. Sinon, ça n'a pas de sens. Mais tout cela nécessite, quand on va parler d'efficacité énergétique ou de maîtrise de l'énergie, ça nécessite pour nous, du moins, des ruptures historiques dans nos systèmes socio-économiques. C'est peut-être moins le cas dans certains pays qui ont déjà commencé dès les années 70, mais pour nous qui sommes habitués à une énergie à bas coût, etc., ça nécessite pour nous de réapprendre à utiliser l'énergie, de réapprendre à changer nos habitudes d'utiliser cette énergie, de changer de paradigme centralisé, décentralisé, intégrer la notion d'efficacité dans les infrastructures, dans les investissements, dans les budgets publics. Tout cela n'existait pas avant. Mais nous apprenons à faire ce genre de choix. Et le fait que nous soyons dans des projets comme meetMED et dans des organisations comme les nôtres, ça nous permet d'avancer un peu plus vite. D'un autre côté, nous avons aussi besoin de changer structurellement notre modèle énergétique, que ce soit sur l'aspect offre, ça veut dire que nous avons besoin de diversifier notre mix énergétique, mais tout en tenant compte d'une certaine flexibilité des réseaux que nous avions avec les énergies fossiles, notamment en Algérie. On a cette possibilité d'éviter l'impact des intermittences, mais aussi de satisfaire aux besoins des industries les plus énergivores pour lesquelles on n'a pas encore trouvé de solution de remplacement parce que l'électrification ne règle pas le problème. Je parle de sidérurgie, de cimenterie, etc., qui sont des produits pour nous d'exportation maintenant, qui vont être par la suite, qui vont faire face à des barrières, je suppose, qui vont les rendre moins compétitifs. Ça veut dire donc on a commencé déjà à revoir, à libérer les prix pour les pousser à décarboner leur industrie, mais nous avons besoin de développer d'autres vecteurs, comme le vecteur hydrogène vert, etc. Donc ça doit donner des perspectives à des organisations comme les nôtres dans notre plan stratégique, pour aussi avancer sur des aspects autres que l'efficacité classique et les énergies renouvelables. L'autre point, c'est l'offre, la demande. Et ça veut dire qu'il faudrait intervenir sur le comportement des consommateurs qui soient consommateurs publics, qui doivent donner l'exemple dans leur décision de donneur d'ordre, les consommateurs industriels, parce que c'est eux qui sont non seulement à l'origine des produits que nous consommons, qui sont plus ou moins efficaces, mais qui sont aussi parfois énergivores dans leur processus de fabrication. Et enfin, nous avons le citoyen qu'il faudrait aussi intéresser. Lui, le citoyen ne comprend pas d'autres... il est sensible à notre façon de communiquer sur le non-gaspillage, mais lui, il voit un intérêt direct sur sa facture. Si ça n'a pas d'impact direct sur sa facture d'énergie, il est moins à l'écoute. Je ne parle pas de ceux qui sont convaincus qu'ils doivent modifier leur façon de manger, de se transporter, etc. Mais il faudrait qu'il y ait un intérêt aussi dans leur vie quotidienne. Donc vous voyez, tout cela nous amène vraiment à revoir tout l'écosystème qui est autour de toutes ces notions-là. Comme l'a dit Madame tout à l'heure, l'efficacité énergétique, ce n'est pas du court terme, ce n'est pas des projets clés en main. C'est un travail qui doit être continu, qui doit être à chaque fois réintroduit, parce que chaque fois ça change. aux décideurs et introduit aux investisseurs, etc. Donc ça nécessite vraiment un travail de longue haleine, mais il ne faut pas oublier les autres projets, les énergies renouvelables, l'hydrogène qui dépend en grande partie des énergies renouvelables. Là, ça nécessite des climats pour les investisseurs, des climats d'affaires meilleurs, j'allais dire des avantages en termes d'investissement qui leur permettent j'allais dire, de prendre du risque sur des technologies qui peut-être ne sont pas encore matures.
Thank you very much. Yes, Milo has talked about the concept of energy efficiency that is an old concept, and Mr. Shaban has raised an important point that we need like structural change, and we need to operate change in not only in the institution but also on the behavior of the consumer, the end user. But there is another point he mentioned, and it was very important. The role of organizations like meetMED, like RICRI, the role of these agencies in supporting the beneficiary countries to advocate for energy efficiency, this role. How you see it, Dr. Magid, since you are the technical director of RICRI?
First of all, I'm very happy to be here today. And we are celebrating a new beginning of meetMED, I would say. Not the closure of this phase, but also opening new horizons for, I would say, the success of this strategic partnership that we are having all together. And we are very thankful to the European Commission and to our partners, and of course to meetMED, to give us this opportunity to, in fact, try to synergize and align together. And being together here, I heard a lot the word enhancing the capacities, sharing the knowledge, having energy efficiency as one of the areas that should be on the top of mind awareness on the political level. But the reality is that at the regional level, not on country by country level, but at the regional level, the Southern Mediterranean and MENA at large, we are the only region that has showed an increase in the energy intensity since over the past 15 years, since 2010. All other regions worldwide have been more efficient from the GDP perspective, how much energy is needed for $1 of the GDP. And this is a reality. And the exception here is a country like Tunisia, a country like somehow Egypt because of the largest scale renewable energy, and Morocco, not because of energy efficiency. But these are exceptions. But the reality that we, in fact, are not energy efficient. And we can argue here, why is this happening? In fact, the term energy efficiency itself is not that much attractive for politicians. And in Arabic, even it is not that much also attractive. In Arabic, we call it tarshid al-taqa, hifz al-taqa, which means for normal citizen, electricity cuts, blackouts, typically. It is not a matter of using efficient equipment and this is the general rule. And we only hear, and this is just yesterday, for example, there was some sort of a press conference for the Minister of Electricity in Egypt announcing the energy conservation measures adopted by the government to face the fuel shortage that we are facing because of the conflict in the Middle East. And they are saying that the shops should be closed by maximum 10, the street lighting will be less, etc. A lot of measures, no air conditioning below 25 degrees. So these are the measures. And people, okay, now we have a problem. Energy efficiency, at least for some countries, and I'm including here also the Gulf countries, because DG MENA now, is mostly coupled with crisis mode. It is not with economic benefit or socio-economic benefit. So what we are trying to do is to unbundle now energy efficiency from the crisis mode, to make it a norm. And what we as regional organizations are doing, that we are telling countries, believe us, we can do things that you cannot Google. we can do together things that you cannot go for AI now. It is not artificial. We can do together things that would best fit, not only best practices, best fit the solution in your countries. And what we here mean by best fit, we are navigating a divergence of solutions in the region. And a divergence of priorities also. The priorities differs. In Algeria, it is different from Tunisia. It is different from Egypt. It is different from the Gulf countries. From Lebanon, and it's, I would say, hopefully recovery mood within the coming few years. So from Syria, and Syria is coming back to the community now, the Mediterranean community. So what I'm saying that as regional organizations, we are trying to showcase not only success stories, but lessons learned. And to cut the story short, telling them, this is the best fit for you, yes, but to do that also, we need a buy-in internally. And buy-in means that we need to somehow reflect what we were very successful in. We were very successful in bringing energy efficiency as a component in all strategies and action plans. We have, as RECRE, and with the also in support with our partners like meetMED, etc., we have supported 17 national action plans in energy efficiency and renewable energy. So now politically saying, endorsement, the political endorsement there, we have energy efficiency action plan. But in reality, when you ask a city like Cairo, with its 20 million citizens, so what is your share in this national action plan? Do you say, okay, this is on the macro level, this is for the government, not for Cairo. And when you ask the government, they will say, we are having 42% target for renewable energy by 2030, which means that we'll have around 50 gigawatts of new renewables. And when you discuss with them, what about energy efficiency? What about decentralized solutions for renewable energy like rooftop PV, solar rotary heaters, etc.? They say, yes, we have a share for that, but this is not the main track. The main track, we are trying to attract investments for large-scale projects. You can see this in all the Gulf countries. You can see this in Egypt, in Morocco, and to a different extent in other countries. Except, I would say, Tunisia, because of the success story in Brussels, etc. So, what are we trying to do? We are trying to translate the national action plans into now this implementation level, enhancing the implementation capacities of the countries. And when we say enhancing the implementation capacities, this is not only capacity building or upgrading the skills of people or shifting the skills from one domain to the other. In fact, it is empowering national institutions to do the job. And this means that they need tools. For example, when we in all the region, my colleague Akram here has been working a lot on MEPS, mandatory energy performance standards. And he looked at the building codes, for example, and other aspects. In most of the countries, we have building codes that are not enforced. And when you ask the municipalities, the housing sector, why they are not enforced, they say that we do not have the tools. Which software we should use? What is the process to do that, etc. So by bringing these tools, processes, enhancing the implementation capacities, we are trying somehow to bring this theory of we have this target into concrete actions on the ground. This is one side of the equation. I have other sides, but I talked a lot. So possibly in the next round, if possible, we can
Thank you. Yes, thank you. Thank you, Dr. Maged. Let's move to our colleague Basil Yassin online from Palestine. Basil?
Yes, I hear you. يا هلا.
Is he with us?
You hear me? أنا سامعكم.
We can't hear him.
Hello.
Basil?
Hello.
Okay.
Hello. أسمع، أنا سامعكم منيح بس كأنكم أنتم مش سامعيني. Hello.
just to break silence, let
Hello,
me
hello.
tell that PEC Palestine and our colleagues there have participated with us in almost all our activities of meetMED. They have been very dynamic and they were very responsive. So we thank them very much for their proactivity. And Basil will talk to us about their activities and within the project. And we'll answer to our question.
سامعيني؟ Hello? Hello?
We move to other question, then we get back to Basil. What do you think? Okay. Okay. So let's move to another question. Fathi, I want to ask you a question regarding the meetMED 2 project. In meetMED 2 project, we have developed like a kind of activities, concerted action, different frameworks for cooperation, and we have for different beneficiary countries their priority. For Tunisia, the priority are different from priorities. For Algeria, different from priorities. For Egypt or for any other countries. So, considering the priorities of the countries and these developed frameworks, how do you see the alignments in between?
Merci beaucoup, Nadia. Je crois que tous les participants, ils ont indiqué que le besoin réel, c'est pas vraiment de faire de la planification. On peut faire 17 plans nationaux et on peut vraiment élaborer les documents qu'on veut. L'essentiel, c'est comment mettre en place ces plans. Ça, c'est le premier constat. Deuxième constat, c'est que on doit apprendre des cas réussis des autres pays, c'est-à-dire on apprend de l'expérience égyptienne, on apprend de l'expérience marocaine, tunisienne, jordanienne. Donc, il y a beaucoup de choses à apprendre et on peut tirer, bien sûr, les bonnes pratiques et on peut les diffuser. Mais le point le plus important dans tout ça, c'est la question de financement des plans de transition énergétique. Aujourd'hui, malheureusement, je le dis bien sûr, malheureusement aussi pour la Tunisie, c'est que, mis à part le Maroc, l'Égypte et quelques projets régionaux, le montant le plus important est de 60 millions de dinars sur une période de 18 ans. Dans la région MENA, la Tunisie, la Jordanie, le Yémen, la Djibouti et autres. Donc c'est très peu par rapport à un grand potentiel. Pour la région MENA, on parle sur 18 ans, on parle de 1,7 milliard de dollars, alors que en Afrique subsaharienne, on parle de 10 milliards de dollars de financement mobilisé. Et donc, pour financer ces plans d'action, il faut vraiment mobiliser des financements, il faut travailler ensemble afin de mobiliser ça. Je crois que les pays ne peuvent pas aller seuls aux différents bailleurs de fonds, particulièrement les fonds spécialisés, surtout dans les finances climatiques. Et je crois que l'exercice de travailler ensemble afin de financer, de mobiliser ce type de financement est important. Et bien sûr, il sera beaucoup plus important si on travaille avec le poids et l'inertie de l'Union européenne. Et donc, je crois que élaborer des stratégies, ce n'est pas quelque chose de très compliqué, mais il faudrait peut-être penser à comment mettre en œuvre ces stratégies. Moi, je peux citer ici l'exemple concret du fonds de transition énergétique en Tunisie. C'est un fonds qui a été créé pour subventionner quelques activités d'économie d'énergie, que ce soit à travers l'efficacité ou le renouvelable, les petites applications renouvelables ou l'efficacité énergétique. On a commencé avec 10 millions de dinars, à peu près 3 millions d'euros à peu près. Hein. Aujourd'hui, on est à 120 millions de dinars, l'équivalent de 35 millions d'euros à peu près, qui sont totalement dépensés dans les mesures d'efficacité énergétique. Et le chiffre qu'on doit retenir dans tout ça, c'est que 1 euro dépensé du fonds de transition énergétique, il permet de réduire la subvention de l'État à l'énergie de 3 euros. Et permet aussi de réduire la facture énergétique au niveau national de 7 euros et générer des investissements du secteur privé particulièrement de 5 euros. Donc c'est très important de dupliquer ce type d'instrument et le transformer d'une manière adaptée au contexte économique du pays. Et je crois que ce type de fonds, il peut être vraiment utile, peu importe la structure économique du pays. Et donc, je crois que le point commun à tous les pays, c'est comment financer les plans d'action et comment trouver des sources climatiques de financement de ce type de solutions.
Merci Fathi. La question des finances était une question parmi, mais parlant du FTE, la Tunisie aussi, c'est un exemple de réussite. À travers ce fonds et à travers la réussite, c'est aussi un exemple qu'on peut citer pour la réussite des pays du Sud dans la résolution de ce type de problème. Donc, Milou, Fathi brought us to the funding, to the finance concern, and I was asking about the alignment in between what we are doing at meetMED project, like concerted actions, like different cooperation frameworks, and how to align with the targets of the countries. Then he mentioned that the most important is not only to work on these frameworks, but also to fund them, to implement. So how do you see this, not conflict, but this situation in terms of alignment of the objectives that we are doing and funding the activities or the action in the countries?
Well, first of all, I think what I'm also hearing is that there is a general interest in working towards energy transition. I also now hear this in the Gulf countries where you may not expect that to be the first priority. But I also hear that when countries are talking about energy transition, they first of all talk about renewable energy. I think that was also mentioned. I think what we hear from, for example, the International Energy Agency is that any strategy towards energy transition should start with energy efficiency. Because when you first reduce your demand, it is much easier to cover the remaining demand by renewable energy. So you will need much less investment for that remaining energy demand to be covered by renewable energy. So I'm hoping that that kind of thinking is also becoming more and more present in all countries. Energy efficiency should actually be a win-win for any country. An energy importing country, of course, it's obvious that by energy saving, you need to import less. But also energy exporting countries can benefit from energy savings because they can export more and thereby get more funds for the national treasury. So, and then for the side benefits of job creation, I think energy efficiency is only something where everybody can win. But like I also said before, it has several challenges. It has all these different end-use sectors where you need different strategies. And of course, the funding is something where you would like to see an economically viable business case. When there is an economically viable business case, investment will come. Anybody that can make money out of investment will come to you. But I think in many countries we still face a challenge in making energy efficiency investment economically viable. For example, because the energy prices are very low. If there is very low energy prices, it will be very difficult to get sufficient return on your investment. And in some countries, we may want to discuss if the energy price is actually reflecting the real cost of energy. And if the energy price is also reflecting the externalities of using fossil fuels, for example. And I think this discussion may come up more and more. For example, the European CBAM regulation, the Carbon Border Adjustment Mechanism, is asking from non-EU countries, whenever they want to export to the EU, we may want to see if you also have covered these externalities of fossil fuels, the carbon cost of fossil fuels in your cost of the product. So yeah, there is indeed a very important discussion to have about how to get the investments for energy efficiency, but it also may have some deeper challenges in trying to create the right conditions for energy efficiency investments to be economically viable.
Yes, that's also an important debate. Yes, with this regard. So you tell me when our colleague Basil is available, so that we can we can ask him his question or give him the floor to speak. And in the same context, Mr. Shaban, I wanted just to get back to this concern of funding for countries, for the different countries, taking into consideration their interest. How you see aligning the frameworks we are developing in meetMED project or other projects. So these frameworks, how to align them with our objectives in our countries, the beneficiary countries.
Avant de répondre à votre question, d'abord, il faut noter qu'il existe encore un gap important entre la compréhension des bénéfices collectifs macro et le bénéfice à l'échelle des utilisateurs. Il y a toujours nous sommes d'accord, l'État est d'accord que certains nombre de mesures vont apporter en macro, j'allais dire des retours sur investissement, des bénéfices pour l'État. Par contre, plus on descend vers l'utilisateur, plus cette compréhension devient très très complexe à appréhender. Parce que l'utilisateur final n'arrive pas à voir tout de suite l'intérêt pour lui d'intégrer un certain nombre de mesures d'efficacité énergétique dans son process ou dans sa façon de consommer, etc. C'est un travail sur lequel il faut maintenant beaucoup d'efforts pour pouvoir, j'allais dire, descendre cette notion de bénéfice collectif vers le consommateur. D'un autre côté, on continue à présenter l'efficacité énergétique ou le financement d'efficacité énergétique comme étant des dépenses à fonds perdus. Alors que c'est vraiment des investissements qu'il faut présenter avec des retours sur investissement intéressants, une valeur nette actualisée qui est positive, etc. On continue à la présenter comme étant un sacrifice de trésor pour pouvoir faire des transferts sociaux. Et ça continue. Sachant bien sûr qu'il m'appelle M. Énergie, ça permet de réduire l'impact des subventions directes sur les produits énergétiques, etc. Donc là aussi, il y a un travail qui doit être fait avec les responsables du budget public, etc., pour changer cette façon de voir l'efficacité énergétique en termes financiers. Le dernier aspect, c'est que nécessairement, pour que ça fonctionne mieux, il faut que ça soit lié à un écosystème économique favorable. Il faut que ça ramène de l'argent. On a géré un secteur agroalimentaire qui était très endormi, etc. Maintenant, quand les investisseurs ont vu derrière qu'il y a il y a de l'économie à faire et de l'argent à faire, bah, ça devient un secteur très, 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 très dynamique. On a un laps de temps de moins de 5 ans ou 6 ans. On l'a vu dans la conversion au GPL en Algérie, à partir du moment où on a touché au prix du carburant, les conversions sont passées d'un facteur de 1 à 10. On faisait 10 000 conversions, on est passé de 10 000 à plus de 200 000 conversions par an. Et ça a créé derrière tout un écosystème favorable d'installateurs, d'intégrateurs de produits liés à la conversion, de réservoirs, d'équipements à intégrer dans le véhicule, etc. Ça a créé toute une dynamique qu'on voudrait reproduire sur d'autres projets. Et pour le reproduire, il y a ce qu'on appelle des actions transverses. C'est ça, c'est l'écosystème. Ça doit toucher d'abord à la réglementation qui doit être plus flexible, qui doit favoriser l'aspect, je dirais, économique de la chose. Le deuxième point, c'est l'aspect marché des matériaux, marché des équipements. Voilà, parce que parfois, on veut bien le faire, mais sur le marché, l'équipement ou le produit n'existe pas. Il faudrait l'importer. Et donc, ça génère une autre problématique d'intégration industrielle, etc., qui bloque. Donc, il y a un marché d'équipements, de matériaux, et un marché de services énergétiques aussi, qui est très peu développé. Donc, on installe un système, après, qui va le maintenir, qui va subvenir aux besoins en pièces de rechange, etc. Ça décrédibilise le projet 2 années après. Et les gens, tout de suite, passent à autre chose. Et à chaque fois, on remet le pendule à zéro. Donc, ce marché des services énergétiques est très important pour ancrer cette dynamique d'efficacité énergétique. L'autre point, c'est aussi la qualité de mise en œuvre. Ça nécessite derrière de la formation professionnelle, de la formation, pas uniquement de la formation de haut niveau, d'ingénieurs, mais de la formation vraiment de gens qui interviennent sur le terrain et qui sont très... Ben, c'est bien de faire de l'isolation, mais quand elle est mal faite, ben, les résultats ne sont pas là et tout de suite ça décrédibilise le projet. Et l'autre point, c'est la recherche et développement qui doit s'intéresser maintenant. Il y a des produits maintenant innovants qui facilitent la mise en œuvre, qui sont moins chers. L'intégration de l'intelligence artificielle, l'intégration de systèmes de management d'énergie qui ne sont pas coûteux et qui permettent de parfois pallier à certains automatismes mauvais du citoyen. Voilà, il interrompt le courant à leur place, voilà, des capteurs de mouvement, etc. Donc vous voyez, cet écosystème, il doit être favorisé dans les projets du meetMED prochains pour créer cette dynamique économique qui est derrière, création d'emplois, diversification de l'économie, etc. Voilà. Et derrière, je préfère financer à travers les banques et à travers un certain nombre de fonds, les entreprises qui veulent investir dans les mesures d'efficacité, que de financer, ce que nous faisons actuellement.
C'est un investissement aussi.
C'est de l'investissement, voilà. Mais on sait où est-ce qu'il va aboutir et on sait que c'est durable.
Merci beaucoup. I think our colleague Basil is with us. مرحبا باسل. He hear us?
سامعني؟ Hello.
مرحبا. Hello
مسموع؟
باسل. أهلا وسهلا.
Hello.
Hello. He hears me? You hear us, Basil? Yes, okay, perfect. So, أهلا وسهلا. We are happy you join us. We would love you to attend with us here. Well, I want to ask you a question. I was just, while talking about you and PEC, I was talking about your proactivity and the contribution and participation of PEC and at all our activities in meetMED. So please, over to you to talk to us about your activities in meetMED projects and your contribution in this project beside all the barriers and difficulties. Over to you.
Hello. Nadia, do you hear me?
Yes, yes, we hear you.
Hello?
What?
Hello?
Yes, yes, we hear you. Go ahead.
Hello?
You are muted. I am muted.
Can you hear me?
Yes?
You can hear me because I'm online with you, but I don't know.
Yeah, I can hear you, but I can't hear the one on the
No,
conference, on the meeting.
I need to check if I have the same problem, I have the same issue, like if they can hear me or not.
No, no answer either.
For now, I even lost, I don't see their screen now.
The same here. I don't see them.
Oh.
Could you ask the question? Could I ask the question, or how we manage?
أسماء نفس المشكلة. حتى في كمان زميلة على الأونلاين نفس الشيء بتحكي وأنتم مش سامعينها، ففي مشكلة بالكوميونيكيشن. هلا حتى الصورة اللي لكم راحت، هلا مش شايف.
اوكي. احنا لسنا باسل احنا سامعينك. Just once again. باسل احنا سامعين. باسل احنا سامعينك. تقدر تتكلم. دكتور باسل احنا سامعينك.
Even online, you are not able to have him. It's a concern. So I think we come up to. I asked him the question. I gave him the floor to talk about the activities. Again, Basil will come and just please, I was talking about proactivity and your contribution and participation in the different activities of meetMED 2 projects. Please talk to us about them.
Hear me. Hello?
Yes, we hear you.
يا باسل يا اما انت تسمعنا يا اما احنا نسمعك، فانت لما تبقى سامعنا جاوب على السؤال. خلاص احنا هندي لك المايك، جاوب على السؤال.
ما أنا يا اسماء مش سامعكم.
I don't know how to manage the situation, and we come to the end of our questions. So,
I will start. I don't know if you hear me or not. I will be start. Thank you for having me and inviting me to be as a speaker on this panel. Actually, I was hoping to be with you in there, like in person, but due to the political situation, as you all aware, we couldn't travel, and we hope the situation will be better for the traveling and starting, that to participate in different events. For the meetMED, I know it's the final meeting or the final event for the meetMED 2. And we are looking forward for the meetMED 3, and for the last 4 years, or even it is meetMED 2 for the last maybe 8 years now for the meetMED 1 and 2. It was a lot of activities and events through these projects, and from what you saw. From the video that Asma Ahmed presented, it's a lot of success, a lot of events, a lot of achievements which we are proud of. We participated in most of the events. We got a lot of the benefits. Even we have been, connected to other, organizations similar to our institution, the big institution, which is specialized in renewable energy and energy efficiency. And lately we have like a twinning visit to Malta, which I think it was a very successful visit. As I said, a lot of activities have been achieved, and we are looking forward for meetMED 3 to participate and get more benefits. Lately, there is like a renewable energy strategy for Palestine, and national energy strategies have been adopted lately within like, a very short time. Since this government came, I think within 4 to 5 months, the renewable energy it was achieved. It is a very attractive strategy with an attractive target to achieve around 1,430 megawatt of renewable energy from different resources. Even with the prime minister himself, he was like, interesting in adopting this strategy. Also, for the energy efficiency, it was approved just like 2 days ago. With like the very short time. It has also a very attractive target, replacing lightings, insulation, building performance, and green buildings and codes and etc. So I just to finish what my colleagues has been said. Actually, what we see, it's a lot of interest in renewable energy and less interest in energy efficiency. The reason I think behind that, it's energy efficiency, it's like not a tangible or concrete results where we can see. Maybe as we are a specialist in that, we could see results and achievements if you follow the energy efficiency measures and so on. But for the private sector, for the investments, I think we need to work more. We need to focus on energy efficiency measures to convince people to invest in energy efficiency. Let's give you an example. We have this program called Sunref, which is a financial program with the banks. With the Sunref one, it was focusing on renewable energy with the 33 million budget as like a soft loan for investors. Within 2 years, I think it was suspended. It was finished. A lot of people invested in PV systems as renewable energy projects, and they requested for more. So, as a government, we need to focus more on energy efficiency also. So we adopted the Sunref 2 to focus 80% or 90% on the energy efficiency projects. But frankly speaking, we received 2 to 3 projects for energy efficiency, because most people, they need like to invest like in PV systems where they can produce electricity, sell the electricity to the distribution companies, and get benefits and money. But for the energy efficiency, I think it was less attractive for the investors. So what I am hoping in meetMED 3, to focus more on the energy efficiency, how to make a development promotion for energy efficiency, and from the institutional side of view, I think it should be there as a monitoring, reporting, and verification like unit where we can follow up and see the achievements in energy efficiency. Also, I see that we can promote what it's called ISCOs. ISCOs is still like, I'm talking about Palestine, maybe on the, also in the region, they didn't take their role yet, how to like convince private sector and how to be in the market and invest in energy efficiency projects and make people believe on energy efficiency projects. Also, I assume that we should, like in each member country, should have a regulatory body for energy efficiency. Like in Palestine, there is like a regulatory body for electricity, and I think it has like a very important role for promotion of renewable energy, but energy efficiency still comes in the second place. So a lot of projects for energy efficiency, but we don't see a lot of achievements. So we are looking in the meetMED 3 to focus more on the promotion, capacity building, and the monitoring and verification. I know there is like some programs with RCRE regarding the KPIs for each country. I think we should follow up to see the achievements, the progress, and where the gaps and the obstacles, and to proceed more on the energy efficiency. This is in summary. If you have any more questions, I will be happy to answer. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Basil. You say almost everything. Your proposal for the next meetMED, and also your comments on the current or the event we are closing today. Before the last word for my guests, if any question for the colleagues, and if you have any question regarding this session. Yeah, it has been long, I suppose, yes. Yeah. Okay, so, okay, thank you. Let's move for the time being. Le dernier mot. Deuxième question. Okay. الوقت راح ياخذ الكلمة الآن معك.
شكرا.
اوكي. كلمة أخيرة من فضلك فتحي.
كلمة أخيرة. Donc, comme vous l'avez peut-être remarqué, on veut faire tout. Hein. On veut bien sûr réaliser toutes les activités et on va s'appuyer sur la version 3 du projet pour faire tout. Mais je crois c'est bien de penser d'une manière comme ça large, mais je crois qu'il faut bien choisir un thème important à développer, bien choisir les best practices et bien sûr essayer de les diffuser convenablement. Et j'insiste bien sur la question du financement qui est le cœur de notre activité. Pour le cas du projet meetMED 3, je crois que le fait de changer d'approche ou orienter notre intervention aux aspects territoriaux, c'est bien. Parce qu'aujourd'hui, tout se passe au niveau du territoire. Et donc, utiliser les différents instruments des collectivités locales, les instruments, que ce soit la situation de collectivités locales consommatrices d'énergie ou le rôle prescripteur des collectivités locales, c'est bien. Et je crois que ça va donner des résultats intéressants. Il faut bien profiter des expériences des autres et je crois qu'en Tunisie, on a réalisé une action vraiment très intéressante à partager, c'est qu'une vaste opération d'audit énergétique réalisée pour la totalité des collectivités locales qui couvre l'éclairage public, les bâtiments communaux et le matériel roulant, et a identifié un besoin en termes de financement, des actions vraiment concrètes. Et nous sommes actuellement à la recherche de financement, un financement de l'ordre de 700 millions de dinars tunisiens. Donc c'est une expérience qui est intéressante à partager et je crois qu'elle est faisable et elle est duplicable pour les autres pays. Et je crois que cette phase-là du projet, ça va être très utile et très intéressante pour les autres, pour tous les pays, surtout les pays du Sud. Hein. Voilà.
Well, in fact, we have heard a lot today. The good thing that it all highlights that we have a legacy that we need to sustain at meetMED. Legacy that for 8 years now, and the future is. I'm very optimistic about the future for meetMED. I think we have a lot to do together. We need to focus on finance, as we said. We need to focus on building also sector, and this building sector requires a lot of attention because somehow it is one of, I would say, the reasons why we are somehow retarded in energy efficiency metrics and KPIs worldwide. And that the things that have been born under meetMED 2, for example, we initiated the work under district cooling, which evolved as a proposal for national cooling action plans that has been adopted by UNEP and the Cool Coalition, and now we have a regional initiative on national cooling action plans. So within the coming phase of meetMED, it is how to cascade these cooling action plans into the wider region, not only in Lebanon, Jordan, Egypt, and Morocco now with our support, but also in other countries in the region, and also how this would be reflected into the city level municipalities, etc., because they are the first uptaker of this technology. So we need to focus also on this and the policies in general, and especially if we are noticing that in Europe you stopped what is called National Renewable Energy Action Plans or National Energy Efficiency Action Plans. This is no longer existing in Europe, but now this is National Energy and Climate Action Plans. And for the region, this has not yet been introduced, the concept, the template. So we need our own model for that. We cannot to borrow, we can get it inspired by the European, of course, model, but we need to see the lessons learned. We need to learn from you on that. And then trying to come up with our own model that would work effectively for the region to achieve the targets, I would say. So this is a new thing that we believe we could add for the coming phase also of meetMED, together with the aspects of fragmentation that is characterizing energy efficiency solutions. We have developed some business models under meetMED, and also we provided some tools like the Navigator, the MED-CSI forums, the successful experience on that, which is inspired also by the EU. But I think in the coming phase, we need to work more on having more implementable business models that can be adapted, and we can synergize with meetMED, with other financing instruments that would help us to grow faster. So there are plenty of actions that we need in the coming phase, but also we need the buy-in at the political level, not only from experts like us. The energy efficiency and renewable energy agencies are well informed about what we are doing. In fact, we need to penetrate more into the community level, into the politicians, and we have tried this phase through the banking sector, the MED-CSI, and the trainings for the banks that have been concluded in 4 countries, and also at the regional level. But we need, for example, a common taxonomy for energy efficiency. And by the way, for the pact of MENA that is going to be possibly, if there is a dedicated chapter for energy efficiency, this would be great, and we'd be happy to contribute to, of course. This would be really great, appreciated. Then this will make the politicians, the political level, more, I would say, committed to go into this direction rather than being ad hoc intervention. So there are plenty of action that we can do together, but at the end, the best way to predict our future is to shape it. And together, I believe we can shape it. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Dr. Magid. So, yes, Bilou, a lot of expectation.
Well, first of all, I want to congratulate you with the successful completion of meetMED 2. Very well done, and very good to see the results. And now, indeed, talking about a next phase, I hear a lot of ideas, many ideas. I think we are not lacking ideas. That is clear. I guess the important thing would be to maybe try see from phase 2 what needs to get more attention. What did we learn from phase 2 that we can use for phase 3? If we indeed see that we have building codes, but they're not being enforced, that may be something of importance. Or if we see that we need to change the narrative, energy efficiency is not something only for crisis situation, but needs to have a common support. I can imagine that is also important. Or if energy efficiency is only considered in a second step, but we want to give it more prominence, that could also be something to look at in meetMED 3. I also would like to encourage you to try and look what are the other ongoing initiatives and how you can create synergy in collaborating with those instead of creating overlap. We always want to avoid overlap, of course, so I think that is also important to keep in mind. And then, yes, we hope that the new DG MENA initiative of the Trans-Mediterranean Energy and Clean Tech Cooperation can also be something where meetMED 3 can fit in. And we still need to have that discussion, but I'm looking forward to discuss this with you and to come to an interesting meetMED 3.
Thank you very much, Milo. Yes?
Je pense que maintenant, il est temps de, que ce soit au niveau local, national, au niveau de projets comme meetMED 3, il est temps de passer de projets, j'allais dire à petite échelle, à des projets plus importants. Il faut, voilà, on sait maintenant depuis toutes ces années que l'efficacité énergétique est viable. $1 ou €1 investi rapporte au moins 3. C'est ce que confirme le dernier rapport de la Banque mondiale. Il dit clairement qu'un pays revenu moyen, quand il met en place des mesures d'efficacité, ça lui permet de faire l'économie de presque $12 milliards sur 20 ans, par rapport à des moyens de production qu'il aurait évité de mettre en place. On sait que l'efficacité est viable. Maintenant, il est temps maintenant de passer à la généralisation de tous les aspects confirmés, les mesures confirmées d'efficacité énergétique. Mais pour cela, il faut en changer un certain nombre de... Il faut par exemple, il a parlé du secteur de l'habitat, il faudrait que l'efficacité énergétique devienne un instrument d'urbanisme, au même titre que les risques majeurs, au même titre que, voilà, ce n'est pas un point facultatif parmi d'autres, mais c'est un point crucial, à titre indicatif. L'autre point, vous avez parlé effectivement de financement. Les financements actuels incitatifs sont largement peu suffisants si on veut généraliser l'efficacité énergétique. C'est pour ça qu'il faudrait, à mon avis, aussi intégrer le partenaire privé dans l'équation. Il faut intégrer aussi les bailleurs de fonds. Et pour cela, il faut aussi, d'un autre côté, fiabiliser les données. Parce que pour mettre en confiance les bailleurs de fonds, il faudrait que les données issues des évaluations des projets antérieurs, des projets mis en place, qu'elles soient, j'allais dire, au moins standardisées, au moins compréhensibles et fiables. Parce que sur un même projet équivalent, par exemple d'isolation, etc., nous avons différents types de résultats, différents types de facteurs de référence, etc. Et ça met les bailleurs de fonds vraiment en situation d'hésitation parfois. Mais quand on a justement le cadre de coopération permet justement d'unifier une façon de faire, une façon de collecter, une façon de traiter les données, une façon de mettre en place des indicateurs qui nous permettent d'évaluer les projets. Ça permet de mettre en confiance les bailleurs de fonds régionaux, du moins. Voilà. Et ça, je pense, ces aspects-là doivent être regardés dans le projet meetMED pour pouvoir les renforcer, que ce soit à travers le renforcement de capacité ou bien la mise en place d'outils standards pour tout le monde, etc. Je pense que ça nous permet de passer un cap qu'il est nécessaire de passer. Du moins, dans notre stratégie en Algérie, la nouvelle 2025-2035, nous avons, M. Dali, nous avons complètement changé la façon d'appréhender, parce que ça n'a pas marché. Nous avons aussi, nous fêtons en juin les 40 ans d'existence aussi de l'APRU. Ouais. Donc, bon anniversaire à nous aussi. Et les résultats sont mitigés. Bien que les indicateurs d'efficacité sont maintenant stables depuis 10 ans. Le taux d'évolution est de 0,3%, stable, mais il reste au-delà des standards occidentaux. Ça veut dire que nous avons une marge de progression de moins 50%. Ça veut dire qu'il y a du travail, il y a de la marge. Voilà. Et ce genre de projet comme meetMED nous permet d'accélérer la cadence. Merci.
Merci à vous. Et c'est aussi encore des attentes aussi de projet prochainement. I don't know if Basil is with us for his last word. just not last not least. Yes. Go ahead.
Wish you all the luck for this final event for the meetMED 2, and looking forward to work on the meetMED 3. Just a note, and I would like from you to take it into consideration in the meetMED 3 to be customized for each member country according to their level. As all countries, they are not on the same level of the like energy efficiency or whatsoever, so it be customized accordingly. Because you know what apply in a European country is not applied in maybe in the other country in the Middle East. So this should be taken into consideration. Also, we should also focus or enhance the decision makers and the government to give the energy efficiency subjects more attention. Like let's say for a joke, like as I said, there's like 2 strategies has been adopted lately in Palestine, one for renewable energy and one for energy efficiency. The renewable energy strategy took 5 months. There were like a lot of comments on it. It's been distributed to the related ministries. We had, you know, they had reviewed it and we received a lot of comments. Well, but with the energy efficiency strategies, it's been, you know, approved within maybe 10 days without any comments on it. Not because they like it or it's more attractive to them. I think, you know, just to approve it, and maybe they didn't understand the reason behind the energy efficiency, what the achievement it will be. So I think the capacity building, the more initiative should be more for the high level or the decision maker level, in order to focus on the energy efficiency. As we see all the time, saving kilowatt hour is better than producing the kilowatt hour because it costs less. Thank you and have a nice evening.
Thank you very much, Basil. Yes, we come to the end of this session. A lot of ideas, as mentioned by Milo, a lot of ideas to have meetMED 3, 4, 5, I guess. So yes, for meetMED 3, it was a kind also of brainstorming ideas from different points of view, from different angles, and this is also an important point. I thank you very much, my distinguished guests, distinguished panel. Thank you for being with us, for sharing your insightful ideas, and you are invited to a coffee break after 2 sessions. Finally, Adil mentioned, finally the coffee break. So you're invited to a coffee break, then we continue our next panel. Thank you.
1, 2. 1, 2, 1, 2.
Ja.
1, 2, 1. 1, 2. One, two, 1, 2, 1, 2, 1, 2.
We kunnen dat doen, maar op zich dat verandert toch een beetje, dan moet een hele, of dan ook de hele netwerk rebooten.
Is die al gekut?
Voor alle anders veranderen.
Wat we naar die present... Of ja.
Maar alles steekt in de netwerk switch.
Just a simple thing, a very simple thing. The PowerPoint presentation, I need to switch this slide with because the upcoming one is slide 2.
Is it panel discussion 2?
Panel discussion 2. No, this is
Ja, maar vanmorgen werkt het ook, maar ook...
This one.
Oké.
De controller heeft er straks ook eens een foutmelding gegeven en sindsdien werkt er niks meer, maar ook de dingen die in Adja in het begin in Adja, ik weet niet wat het is, maar het is helemaal
One, two. 1, 2, 1, 2. 1, 2, 1, 2. Hallo. Hallo.
die Dante-controller, waar staat die? Heb je die al gebruikt gisteren?
Nope. One, two, 1, 2. 1, 2, 1, 2. 1, 2. 1, 2. Hello. 1, 2. Hello, 1, 2. 1, 2, 1, 2. 1, 2, 1, 2. 1, 2. One. Hello, hello. Hello, hello, hello. Hello. 1, 2. 1, 2. 1, 2, 1, 2. 1, 2, 1, 2. Hello, 1, 2. 1, 2. 1, 2. 1, 2. 1, 2. 1, 2. 1, 2. 1, 2. 1, 2. Hello, hello. Okay, so everyone should be able to hear me, right? Okay, great. Great. Yes, we can hear you, right. So it's gonna take some time before we start, I guess. But right now you'll be able to hear what they say. And once they announce you, you can start talking. So they'll announce you or give you a question. They will give you a question, and then you can start talking and presenting. Right? Yes. Yeah, we had a technical issue, which was we couldn't let you speak and let the other people speak in the room. But now it's gonna be solved. So It should be fine. If not, please keep the chat open. Then we can communicate via that channel if really needed. Okay, thank you a lot.
Dingen aangepast. Ja, die zijn komen zeggen, ja, goed weg.
Check 1 2 1 2. Check 1 2 1 2.
Ja, ik zal die dingen niet snel zeggen. Ja, nu gaan we de buurt wel aan
Check 1 2. Check 1 2.
Now, so the meeting is only on this one, so
Yes.
you sent this one?
I sent only the 2 microphones to the interface to them.
Okay.
And I receive only their microphone. And we send it
So
to
the speaking session is this one online. Okay.
Yeah, the speaker.
The speaking session. So
Yeah.
the session there don't send
It's
it.
the public one.
Yes, but only the session on the laptop will send only video. No some
audio interfaces
No. So we have 2 separate meetings. One meeting for the viewers. That's on this PC. There is no problem. We can send everything in them. It's that audio interface. And here we've got the speakers. So if we want to, the speakers will present. They're only on this laptop.
So you need to send this.
Yeah, but now it's okay. So if I talk, they will also hear it in here. Hello, 1 2.
Okay, so you send this session on this session for
yeah.
It's a bit complicated.
Yeah,
Why not only one session for everyone?
Yeah. I like my boss was then this and we'll, like if the client asks something, yeah, we'll just give it that. But yeah, like, we're not prepared. Two guys, we only have this much gear. Yeah,
I see. Yes, this is a bit strange.
Niet te veel impact hebben, maar nu is alles goed voor jullie.
سوسن سوسن سامعيني just a second سوسن ايوه ايوه بقى مفيش حد غيرنا في الميتنج روم ما تخافيش open your camera please ايوه yes we can see you and we can see you in the meeting room I just gonna test the sound you can hear me سوسن صح لو انت سامعيني اعملي كده اعملي اي علامه انك سامعيني بايدك ايوه برافو that's good so now we're gonna test your sound just a second ممكن نسمع صوتك يا سوسن لا اتكلمي كتير لا ما there's some issue in the sound I can't hear you I can't hear her properly no I can't hear her at all معلش يا سوسن حقك علينا احنا عندنا مشكله بس صغيره كده في الساوند هنا بحق ربنا احنا عملنا التيست الصبح وكان زي الفل حصلت بس معانا مشكله في الكونكشن بس خلاص حتى هيمشي الحال ان شاء الله اوكي معلش يا سوسن خليكي يعني بس خليكي معانا لسه هنقولك اتكلمي ما تتكلميش دلوقتي بس خليكي معانا بس انتي سامعانا كويس
الو 1 2
لو سامعانا كويس اعملي كده الحركه اللي هو سامعانا كويس اوكي بيرفكت
الصوت بيأخر سنة I think there's some delay in the sound
yeah test 1 2 brilliant ja maar waarom komt het niet
some echo you have some echo there but you can hear us now
Yes, I can hear you.
Still some echo?
Speak again.
Do you still have some echo?
No.
Now you can hear us very purely? Okay. There is any delay in the sound? So if I'm telling you, Sausan, hi Sausan. 1, 2, 3, 4, Sausan.
Hi, 1, 2, 3, 4. I can hear you well.
Perfect.
Can you hear me?
There is no delay in the sound now. I'm sorry, it was just an issue between the communication between the backstage and the screen on the stage.
Can you hear me now?
Yes, I can hear you. Yes, we can hear you.
Okay, good. How are you?
All is good. We are really missing you. This is a very bad not to join this event. This is not working without RSS. Indeed, wallahi, all of the people are very sad because you're not there. Indeed, everyone is asking about RSS and Jordan. Everyone.
Okay. Next time. For the kick-off of meetMED 3 إن شاء الله.
متعوضة إن شاء الله. بس إحنا سامعينك كده كويس.
Okay, I can hear, but I can't see anything. I'm just it's blank.
You can't see anything. Maybe we can share.
But what if you can share the screen so I see the panel?
You need to see the meeting room. Just a second, and we will open one channel for the meeting room.
Asma, have you divide the agenda? Is it now the coffee break?
No, it was not scheduled the coffee break. It was scheduled after your session indeed. No, after this is not the coffee break. We had only the panel discussion one. And we should have
the second panel.
The second panel and then the break.
And then our panel.
And then your panel. But now, so we're gonna have finalize the break and have the second channel, then second session, and then you will be on the third session. I'm so sorry for this delay, but the people.
No, it's okay, but just I want to, because I feel that there is a coffee break now, right?
Yes.
So that's why, because in the agenda that I received, it was the coffee break after the second round table.
Yes.
So that's why I'm asking if there was any shift or changes to the agenda. That's why.
They have changed the schedule a little bit to have a sort of break now, but now you can see the stage, correct? You can
I can see it.
You can see the
broadcaster.
It's at broadcaster. Yes. Sorry, it is not the meeting room. Should be named by the.
Okay.
Meeting room instead of broadcaster. No.
It's broadcaster. It's no problem.
If you can, only if you can. If not, it's okay. Just keep the things like this.
Okay, for me now I can see it as a
Okay.
broadcaster.
I will.
Small screen on the up, and I can hear you well, and you can hear me well.
I can be there. I don't know if you can see me. I'm here.
Yes, I can see you. Hello, Asma.
Hi.
I can see you well.
Thank you so much for being with us. We took a lot from your time today. I'm gonna push for the break. Sorry?
How do you want to call this room?
Meeting room. Meeting room. Okay, so then now it's gonna be named by meeting room for not confusing any of the speakers. And see you soon, Sausan. Please keep your connection on. We don't want to lose you. We did everything to keep this connection.
Okay, but now the new timing. When will the roundtable start?
I will tell Mosleh. I will text Mosleh 5 minutes before your session. I'm gonna notify Mosleh just to get ready. You can now close your camera and close your mic and have your duties on. And once we having, if you're still in the office.
I'm enjoying the session. No problem.
Okay. I'm so sorry. I'm really apologizing for taking you from the early morning. This is very tough for us, but we need you there by any means.
Okay.
شكرا يا سوسن، كتر ألف خيرك، أشوفك بخير يا رب.
على حسنا.
Gentlemen in the lobby, we're gonna start the session. Please, thank you for having your seats.
That's okay. It's so difficult. I'm so sorry for you.
We're gonna start the session. Please, may you have your seats, please? Sorry. I went to them. Yes. Sorry? Test. Would you please have your seats? Nadia, please, could we start the session? Agat? We need to start the session. This is the maximum we can have here. I asked them many times, and they told me just a second, but you need to start because you have a schedule, and the meeting room with a schedule, and the dinner with a schedule. I'm gonna ask them again, but. What should I do?
Hello, dear all. Let's continue. Yes. So I welcome you to the second panel discussion for today. Energy efficiency in building and appliances from policy to implementation. This session will explore the various approaches to designing effective policies, the regulatory tools available, and the support mechanisms necessary for successful implementation. This session is moderated by Agathe Lacombe, meetMED Project Manager. Agathe. So together, our speaker will share insights on advancing energy efficiency initiatives to drive sustainable development across the region. Agathe, the floor is yours and your distinguished guests.
It's on, maybe, yes. Good afternoon, everyone. So let's get on with this second session, and I will call my guest on the floor. So we have Philippe Basset, my director of the European and International Department at ADEME, the French agency. Mr. Kamel Dali, director of projects at APRU, the Algerian agency. Also Dr. Adel Mourtada, vice president of ALME, Lebanese agency. And Mr. Riyad Bar, associate director at Guidehouse. So thank you. And for this session, we will dig a bit more, we will narrow the scope of the next panel that was a bit more focusing on the regional strategies to get a glimpse of national strategies and regulatory tools that energy management agencies help putting in place to implement policies and strategies at national level, and also some insight from Guidehouse that has been implemented a project called BuildMe that was also supporting in identifying gaps and providing tools to better, implementing NDCs, NIAPs, and so on. So I will be asking my question both in French and English, I think, because maybe some of my speakers are more at ease in French, but feel free to answer the language that you want. So I introduce you, but maybe you want to introduce a bit more yourself quickly.
All good, no need to introduce myself. My name is Riyad Bar, like Agathe already said. I'm working in that field for almost 20 years, and I have a special focus somehow on the MENA region. And we're just closing off an ICI-funded project called BuildMe, which was targeting Egypt, Jordan, and Lebanon. So, and of course, we are heavily exchanging with the colleagues and trying to use all the synergies possible. So happy to be with you.
Merci. Bonsoir tout le monde. C'est Kamel Dali, je suis directeur des actions sectorielles au niveau de l'Agence nationale pour la promotion et la rationalisation de l'utilisation de l'énergie. Je suis en charge de l'ensemble des secteurs d'activité, transport, industrie, bâtiment. Donc je suis un ingénieur de formation et un ingénieur polytechnicien.
Hello everyone, my name is Adel Mourtada. I am Vice President of ALME. And I am expert in building. I worked in development of several energy building code and evaluation of building code. And I think also I would like to share my experience during this panel.
Après anglais, français, anglais, et voici le français. Donc Philippe Basset, je suis directeur Europe et international de l'ADEME, l'Agence française de transition écologique. Et je suis responsable de l'Europe et de l'international depuis quelques années à l'intérieur de cette merveilleuse agence.
Thank you. So we'll try to get this session a bit quick and energetic. So could you just quickly, for the director of agency, tell us a bit more about the national regulatory framework in place in your countries, so that we can a bit compare and discuss the national strategies and the similarities, but also the differences in terms of regulatory framework, and the main tools implemented in your country that your agency support for implementing the national strategies.
Merci. Donc, en ce qui nous concerne, en ce qui concerne l'Algérie, donc nous avons une loi d'abord, donc je reviens un peu en arrière. Donc nous avons une loi sur la maîtrise de l'énergie qui date pratiquement maintenant de plus de 25 ans, puisqu'elle date de 1999. Nous avons une réglementation thermique sur les bâtiments qui date de 2000. Donc pour les mécanismes qui ont été mis en œuvre, donc nous avons démarré donc, après la promulgation de la loi et aussi des textes réglementaires, nous avons établi un projet pilote donc, pour justement encadrer l'efficacité énergétique dans le bâtiment et aussi créer cet environnement, donc un environnement favorable d'efficacité énergétique dans le bâtiment. Donc nous avons réalisé un projet pilote, etc. pour tout ce qui est bâtiment résidentiel neuf. Et après, donc, nous avons mis en place un programme national d'efficacité énergétique dans le bâtiment qui consiste justement à intégrer l'efficacité énergétique dans la conception et la réalisation des nouveaux bâtiments et aussi donc pour tout ce qui est réhabilitation thermique énergétique des bâtiments existants. Pour votre information, donc, nous construisons, l'Algérie construit environ 200 000 logements par an et nous avons un parc de logements qui avoisine les 10 millions de logements. Donc vous voyez un peu l'importance du programme que nous essayons de mettre en œuvre. Donc il va falloir justement intégrer l'efficacité énergétique dans de nouvelles constructions que nous construisons chaque année et aussi donc réhabiliter énergétiquement parce que certains logements ont été construits dans les années 80, dans les années 70 et qui ne respectaient pas la réglementation thermique. Donc il y a tout un chantier à faire pour réhabiliter ces logements. Et nous nous intéressons aussi dans le cadre toujours dans le bâtiment, donc ça c'est pour la partie enveloppe, tout ce qui est équipement parce qu'il y a une partie aussi des équipements qui sont utilisés quotidiennement par les ménagères. Donc nous avons introduit l'efficacité énergétique des équipements électroménagers pour pouvoir avoir une certaine efficacité des équipements qui sont utilisés quotidiennement par les ménagères au niveau de ces bâtiments résidentiels.
English, French. Bon, concernant donc le rôle de ce qu'on appelle des agences dans l'implémentation des politiques énergétiques, surtout dans le domaine du bâtiment, bien entendu, les agences jouent un rôle important. Mais je veux séparer le sujet, c'est-à-dire il y a le bâtiment et puis il y a ce qu'on appelle les équipements électroménagers et autres. Concernant les équipements électroménagers, c'est-à-dire le problématique, c'est-à-dire on peut facilement transposer ce qu'on appelle les MEPS, les Minimum Energy Performance Standard, ou aussi les labels adoptés en Europe, c'est facile à faire. Mais il y a toujours un problème. Le problème, c'est-à-dire, est-ce que dans le pays, il y a des manufacturers? C'est-à-dire est-ce qu'on peut vraiment produire des équipements à haute efficacité énergétique sans qu'on soit pénalisé sur le marché? Puisqu'il y a le problème dans nos pays, que ce soit le Liban, l'Algérie, la Tunisie, le marché est ouvert. Et donc, on ne fait pas vraiment le contrôle efficace à l'entrée des équipements, ce qui veut dire qu'il y a toujours des équipements de faible performance énergétique à faible prix qui rentrent, et ceci il impacte effectivement donc, la mise en place des équipements de haute efficacité énergétique. Donc la problématique, ce n'est pas de développer dans ce cadre-là, c'est-à-dire des MEPS, voilà, ça va le développer, mais aussi c'est comment contrôler et comment certifier les équipements. Donc ça, c'est la première partie. Mais donc, si on considère ce qu'on va faire, c'est effectivement de renforcer les capacités des pays dans la certification des équipements et effectuer le contrôle pour empêcher l'entrée sur le marché des équipements de faible performance énergétique et qu'on ne peut pas les contrôler puisqu'on n'a pas les moyens. It's the first step. The second one is in English because it's the building sector. I would like also to everybody share. I want to share my experience in this. Sure, in Lebanon, we developed in the first time what we call the thermal standard for building is for the envelope, the thermal insolution for the envelope and also the solar shading. And recently also, we developed the energy building code, will be published by meetMED recently. But also, we conduct several pilot projects in building in Lebanon with thermal insulation under the French GEF, so what we call, and we made some monitoring of this building. What I want to say, your policy, and the policy of European country, what we call, is not really adapted in building sector for the southern Mediterranean country. I want to go more and more. The policy in energy efficiency in building in North country not adapted for coastal city in North country. Why? Because all these policy are going to impose what we call high level of thermal insulation. High level of thermal insulation is a problem in the summer. You will have what we call overheat in the summer. And what we call natural ventilation doesn't work in this city where you have high density of building and you cannot open the windows because you have the sound, you have also a problem of pollution. So what we are doing there, we are doing a building with high level of insulation. For this country is high investment without any interest on the payback and also with problem of sick building. And this is for the southern and also for the northern city in the coastal Mediterranean. So, and now we are going to implement what we call energy performance certificate. I know Riyad, he is here an expert in this, but also this energy performance certificate going to improve and add more insulation to. I want to share also one important thing also in our Mediterranean country. When we make double wall, the double glazing or triple glazing, and also we put insulation, what is happen? We have a big problem because in all residential building in southern Mediterranean country, we don't have mechanical ventilation. So we don't have mechanical ventilation, and the problem of humidity, we have the sick building, and we have condensation and other. So if you want also to enforce high level of thermal insulation in southern country without mechanical ventilation, but mechanical ventilation is added cost also, doesn't work. My opinion is, we share our experience in Lebanon because we have also follow up several buildings with high level of insulation. We know the problem. I think now we have to review our policy of energy efficiency in building, not to go for high level of insulation. You have to see for each climate zone what is the more and the best adapted regulation for building. It's my first recommendation.
Je vais peut-être compléter ce qui a été dit, tout simplement en reprenant les mots d'Adèle, parce que c'est extrêmement important ce qu'il vient de dire. Pour la bonne et simple raison, c'est que nous, au niveau français, au niveau de l'agence, nous travaillons aussi bien en aval qu'en amont. En amont, nous inspirons des politiques par un ensemble d'études sectorielles ou d'études prospectives ou d'études thématiques qui permettent d'inspirer les décisions politiques. Et une fois que la décision politique est prise, nous sommes dans l'implémentation de ces politiques sur le terrain. Et donc, il y a la réglementation thermique à laquelle nous avons participé, une réglementation thermique qui inclut à la fois l'aspect énergétique mais également l'aspect climatique. Nous avons travaillé sur les éléments bas carbone pour produire l'énergie, produire les matériaux biosourcés. Nous avons travaillé également sur un environnement qui permet de faciliter la construction de bâtiments efficients avec des systèmes d'aide adaptés aussi bien aux citoyens qu'au niveau des entreprises et de l'aspect commerciaux. Nous sommes en charge notamment de la mise en place du décret national sur le tertiaire, en France. Mais lorsqu'on regarde tout ça, effectivement, et là je rejoins les propos antérieurs, on travaille souvent en silo. C'est-à-dire qu'on travaille sur l'efficacité énergétique, on a des directives européennes, on travaille sur les énergies renouvelables, directives européennes, on travaille sur l'économie circulaire, il y a des stratégies européennes, etc., etc. On a du mal aujourd'hui, même au niveau d'une agence telle que la nôtre, en France, au niveau des pays européens, et c'est vrai également dans les pays du bassin méditerranéen, de travailler en transversalité et en système. C'est-à-dire de voir le bâtiment comme un système qui est installé dans une ville ou un lieu résidentiel qui a une interaction avec ce bâtiment. Et donc, il y a nécessairement besoin de regarder cela avec des yeux différents, avec autour de la table des experts différents, de manière sectorielle, mais qui puissent s'entendre ensemble pour avoir une réponse systémique à l'aspect de la consommation d'énergie, de la ventilation de ces bâtiments et de la construction efficace de ces bâtiments. S'il n'y a pas ça, eh bien on aura ce que Adèle montrait tout à l'heure, c'est-à-dire des bâtiments qui ont des problèmes d'humidité ou des problèmes de salubrité, parce que trop isolés ou pas assez isolés, pas de ventilation, etc. etc. L'idée derrière tout ça, on s'en approche au niveau de l'ADEME en France, tout simplement parce que nos ingénieurs et nos experts dans le service bâtiment se sont dit mais il y a la dimension climatique. Si on n'associe pas cette dimension climatique à l'aspect énergétique, on ne raisonnera pas de manière efficiente sur le secteur du bâtiment, et notamment sur la partie adaptation au changement climatique. Aujourd'hui, on a des vagues de chaleur dans les villes, on a des vagues de chaleur sur le pourtour méditerranéen, on est même impacté au niveau des régions du nord de la France sur ces vagues de chaleur, et on a nécessairement besoin de travailler sur l'adaptation de ce secteur bâtiment au niveau du changement climatique. Mais travailler sur cette adaptation ne veut pas dire qu'on ne travaille plus sur l'efficacité énergétique. Il faut la combiner. Et c'est en combinant cette dimension-là qu'on arrivera demain à avoir des bâtiments efficaces au regard de l'efficacité énergétique, mais également de la vie du citoyen à l'intérieur de ces bâtiments.
Ok, merci. Oui, vous avez un peu anticipé ma deuxième question qui était si vous aviez identifié des limites ou des challenges dans voilà, l'implémentation ou la conception même des politiques publiques. Du coup, je vais m'adresser à Riyad maintenant, maybe in English. You've also been working on mapping the international and national strategies or policies from different countries. What are the main challenges and recommendations that you have been able to identify at this level?
Yeah, thank you, Gat. No, actually, we mainly focused the mapping exercise on the target countries that we have worked on, so Egypt, Jordan, and Lebanon. The conclusion is there's not, so to say, a lack of national strategies. It's the opposite. So actually in Jordan, we have, I think, spotted 11 national strategies that have somehow mentioned buildings or building sector. The thing is that there's a huge lack of coherence. So every national strategy, more or less, as the colleague has said, is tackling the building sector in a silo. Some are superficial, kind of, okay, there's buildings to be tackled. Some are really in-depth, like the NEAPS, which more or less is a list of 10 to 20 measures, specific measures. You need to do this, then the savings need to be done like this. And actually the issue of really not speaking to each other, different ministries, the responsible entities, is really losing a lot of resources, first of all, and also a clear pathway, a roadmap that could channel via, for instance, the NDCs, and maybe also attracting international donors. So the NDCs is a great possibility to really make the building sector giving enough space, make it prominent, and gather financial donors to tackle the issues that we have in the building sector. And that's the main recommendation, actually. So try to make it consistent, try to make it also tangible, and make it use to collect money to push actions, actually.
Okay, I'll keep on the challenges. Milou Bierpart mentioned earlier that energy efficiency was more challenging than renewable energy policies, also because it addressed different kind of targets and represent different situations. So is there any further challenge you face as national operators, and is there any example of successful tools that you were able to implement nationally or to retranscript at local level, for instance, that you would like to share with us?
Effectivement, je rejoins un peu ce que a dit mes précédents orateurs, donc principalement monsieur Massé et monsieur Adel Mourtada. Effectivement, donc c'est vrai, donc au départ, donc quand nous avons mis en place la réglementation thermique dans le bâtiment, ou bien la réglementation des équipements électriques, nous nous sommes inspirés un peu sur ce qui se passe de la réglementation, principalement la réglementation européenne. Effectivement, on s'est rendu compte que c'est vrai. Cette réglementation, elle est valable elle est valable en Europe, mais elle n'est pas automatiquement valable en Algérie. Donc, pour cela, nous avons justement apporté des rectifications par rapport à cette réglementation. Peut-être, je prendrai l'exemple des MEPS. Au départ, donc, on s'est inspiré un peu sur la réglementation européenne parce que c'est le marché, l'Europe est un marché naturel de l'Algérie. Donc, on s'est inspiré principalement donc, pour permettre aux industriels algériens, aux intégrateurs algériens, pour pouvoir exporter, s'il y a possibilité d'exporter vers l'Europe. Mais on s'est rendu compte que cette réglementation, la façon de faire en Europe, n'est pas systématiquement la bonne pour l'Algérie. Donc on s'est inspiré parce qu'il y a deux approches pour les MEPS. Il y a c'est-à-dire il y a le contrôle type. Donc avant de mettre le produit sur le marché, il doit subir un certain nombre de tests pour vérifier la conformité de ce produit par rapport à la réglementation. Et il y a ce qui est à pratiquer en Europe, le système déclaratif. Donc au départ, nous avons adopté le système déclaratif. On s'est rendu compte par la suite que ce n'est pas le bon exemple à suivre. Donc on est revenu en arrière pour mettre en place un contrôle de type. Tous les équipements, que ce soit importés, qui sont produits localement, donc doivent subir un certain nombre de tests pour prouver la classe énergétique de ces équipements. Et aussi pour tout ce qui est bâtiment, donc nous nous sommes inspirés, nous nous sommes rendus compte que c'est vrai pour les bâtiments, pour tout ce qui est nouvelle construction, on doit adopter un certain nombre de règles de construction, mais ce n'est pas systématiquement les règles qui sont appliquées en Europe parce que nous sommes beaucoup plus concernés par un climat chaud, donc l'Algérie avec ses 5 zones climatiques. Donc dans la plupart de ces zones climatiques, on a un climat chaud, donc il faudrait voir comment adapter cette réglementation au climat, construire avec le climat et mettre en place justement des règles de construction qui permettent justement d'avoir ce confort, d'avoir le confort voulu et de réduire la consommation énergétique. Moi, je souhaiterais aussi partager un peu ce que nous avons fait dans le cadre du projet meetMED, tout ce qui est audit énergétique dans les écoles. Donc, c'est un cas de réussite que nous avons enregistré dans le cadre de ce projet meetMED. Et nous avons justement, nous avons trouvé un certain nombre de recommandations qui pourraient éventuellement être généralisées, qui seront, je ne vais pas anticiper, elles vont être présentées demain, donc dans le cadre de cette restitution, et un certain nombre de recommandations, un certain nombre de pratiques qu'on va essayer de généraliser à l'ensemble des écoles, des établissements scolaires en Algérie. Et aussi, donc, ce que je vais appuyer justement dans le cadre du projet meetMED, c'est un peu cette façon de faire a servi d'effet levier avec avec le jumelage avec le projet, avec la composante Nexus Eau Énergie, nous avons réalisé un certain nombre d'actions qui vont justement servir d'effet levier pour permettre à l'ensemble des écoles, des établissements scolaires de généraliser un peu ces pratiques, notamment de la réduction de la consommation d'énergie, en même temps la réduction de la consommation d'eau. Donc je pense que ce projet, donc le projet audit des écoles et aussi la composante Nexus Eau Énergie, justement, c'est un projet qui pourrait être justement valorisé dans le cadre de ce projet meetMED 2.
Merci. Voilà, merci. Je reviens en français maintenant. Bon, concernant donc les équipements électroménagers et tout, donc on sait que dans certains pays de la région de la Sud-Méditerranée, ils ont développé leur propre MEPS et leur propre label qu'on appelle. C'est-à-dire, c'est pas la même échelle qu'on a en Europe et c'est pas les mêmes MEPS. Et à notre avis, au Liban, ça pose un problème. Pourquoi? Puisque à ce moment-là, si il y a des équipements qui sont importés de l'Europe avec des MEPS et des labels qu'on connaît. Il y en a d'autres qui sont produits localement. Ça va poser un problème. Nous, au Liban, de toute façon, on est allé vers le chemin le plus court et le plus efficace. C'est la transposition des MEPS et aussi l'adoption des labels les labels pour les équipements électroménagers. Donc, mais le problème, c'est l'implémentation, c'est-à-dire que ce n'est pas les agences de maîtrise de l'énergie qui vont suivre ça, c'est-à-dire ce sont d'autres institutions qui s'en occupent. Et le problème, comme je l'ai dit, c'est la certification et le contrôle. Mais pour le bâtiment, c'est autre chose, le bâtiment, une réglementation thermique des bâtiments, une bonne réglementation, c'est une réglementation appliquée. Donc, pourquoi le problème qui se pose dans la majorité des pays de Sud-Méditerranée, les réglementations thermiques de bâtiments sont faiblement appliquées. Faiblement appliquées pour plusieurs raisons. Il y a certainement une raison qui est économique au début, c'est-à-dire que ça représente un surinvestissement pour les développeurs et pour ceux qui veulent construire. Ce surinvestissement, ils n'ont pas le moyen de le prendre. En plus, il n'y a pas de mécanismes financiers incitatifs pour aider. Donc c'est pour cela, ça pose un problème. Et en plus, ça c'est-à-dire sur le plan donc, économique. Sur le plan de contrôle, quand les agences de maîtrise de l'énergie, je parle aussi de l'ALME de Liban et tout ça, on s'est focalisé dans le développement des réglementations thermiques, de travailler avec les associations professionnelles, comme l'Ordre d'ingénieurs de Beyrouth, avec les ministères qui sont concernés, un peu de construction et tout. Et après, donc, il faut passer à l'application. À passer à l'application, ça pose le problème, ce que vous avez dit, c'est-à-dire l'outil. C'est-à-dire, est-ce qu'il y a des outils de vérification de conformité simples à utiliser, faciles à accès, facilement compréhensibles par l'ingénieur qui va concevoir, mais aussi par celui qui va contrôler. Et là, je vous ai dit que dans la majorité des pays, on n'a pas un outil standard. Chaque pays il a adopté plusieurs outils de complexité différente, difficilement compréhensibles par les ingénieurs, et surtout, on a négligé une façade importante, on a négligé les autorités locales. Puisque je ne sais pas comment ça se passe dans d'autres pays, mais au Liban, le projet passe par deux niveaux, c'est-à-dire au niveau de l'ordre d'ingénieur, c'est-à-dire pour le permis de construire, mais tout ce qui est implémentation après, c'est les municipalités. Et le permis d'habitation, c'est-à-dire le permis pour qu'on peut utiliser le bâtiment, il est donné par les municipalités. Et ces municipalités Nous, comme il a dit tout à l'heure Philippe, c'est-à-dire on a travaillé en silo, c'est-à-dire on entrait et on a négligé complètement de cette phase d'application. Et du coup, les municipalités se trouvent démunies d'outils d'implémentation, démunies de connaissances et de savoir-faire et tout ça. Donc c'est pour cela, moi, ma recommandation, c'est dans le cadre de meetMED 3, dans le cadre de l'Work Package 3 qu'on va développer, donc il y a un peu de CCAP et tout ça, mais dans le CCAP aussi parfois il y a ce qu'on appelle le plan d'action bâtiment, c'est de trouver un moyen dans cela pour former les municipalités au moins comment implémenter et comment appliquer leur réglementation thermique nationale, le bâtiment. Et aussi il y a une chose importante, c'est-à-dire leur doter d'un outil important, c'est-à-dire comment implémenter et vérifier la conformité, ça c'est vrai. Il reste une petite chose simplement, c'est-à-dire il faut voir que dans nos pays aussi, il y a la mise en œuvre. La mise en œuvre de tout ça, c'est-à-dire comment mettre l'isolation thermique. Est-ce qu'on a des entreprises qui savent mettre l'isolation thermique de l'extérieur, de l'intérieur? Est-ce qu'on a des fabricants qui peuvent produire de double vitrage ou de triple vitrage? Tout ça, ça manque. Et pourquoi? Et le marché ne se développe pas, le marché donc industriel de fabrication ou de la mise en œuvre, puisque les réglementations ne sont pas vraiment implémentées, enforcement. Donc, ce qui veut dire les industriels n'ont pas de visibilité pour développer. Et là aussi, il ne faut pas les négliger. Il faut, à mon avis, travailler avec ces gens-là dans meetMED 3. Merci.
I would like Philippe Massé to react maybe on this local level aspect, because I know that in France we have a different kind of tool and mechanism that has enabled to engage the local territories. And then we'll move on with another topic that you raised on the financing and incentive mechanisms, and maybe also Mr. Riyad Bar could tell us more about some tools that Guidehouse implemented. So thank you.
Oui, je vais compléter ce qui vient d'être dit par mes prédécesseurs, mais nous, en tant qu'agence de l'énergie, au niveau français, on travaille sur effectivement l'ensemble de la chaîne de valeur de l'énergie sur le bâtiment, et on va avoir aussi bien des outils de réglementation thermique appliqués, intégrant la dimension climatique. On va avoir des outils également comme je disais tout à l'heure, d'analyse de cycle de vie bas carbone, des matériaux de construction et des appareils, soit de conditionnement d'air, soit de chauffage à l'intérieur des bâtiments. Il y a également toute une série d'audits spécifiques qui sont mis en œuvre pour pouvoir contrôler les performances des bâtiments. On a la certification des personnels qui construisent ces bâtiments et qui installent, en travaillant avec la Fédération française de bâtiments, et des certificateurs qui permettent d'avoir pour le citoyen ou pour le propriétaire d'avoir une assurance que le bâtiment va être bien construit et bien mis en œuvre. Bien entendu, on travaille sur toutes ces dimensions-là, mais il y a une dimension extrêmement importante qu'a abordée effectivement Agathe, c'est la partie animation territoriale, qui permet de travailler en commun avec l'ensemble des collectivités et qui permet d'introduire dans l'instruction des permis de construire de chaque collectivité ces différents sujets, pour permettre d'avoir une construction, une planification territoriale la plus adaptée possible en matière d'efficacité énergétique et de lutte contre le changement climatique. Là-dessus vient se greffer quelque chose qu'on a mis en place il y a peu de temps, mais qui a un grand succès. C'est le fait d'avoir des élus dans chaque collectivité qui sont formés à la dimension efficacité énergétique et climatique, sur le principe que si nous avons un élu dans chaque conseil municipal qui a cette dimension-là en tête, dès lors qu'il y a une décision qui est prise par cette collectivité, eh bien, il y aura quelqu'un qui lèvera le doigt et qui dira est-ce que vous avez vu, ou est-ce que vous avez examiné, ou est-ce que vous avez analysé ce type de choses au niveau de décision politique territoriale. Et ça, c'est extrêmement important parce que ça peut avoir un impact extrêmement fort sur l'aval, c'est-à-dire la mise en œuvre technique. Dès lors que la position politique est prise, eh bien, l'aval, en termes techniques, mettra en œuvre des bâtiments de meilleure qualité, une planification territoriale de meilleure qualité, un agencement des villes de meilleure qualité, un plan de circulation adapté, etc. etc. On peut décliner ça, je dirais, à l'infini sur la planification des villes et des territoires. Donc il faut travailler, je pense, sur l'ensemble de la chaîne de valeur, aussi bien la chaîne de valeur technique, en s'adressant directement aux différents sujets. Ça peut être les appareils, ça peut être les constructions, les bâtiments, les façades, les murs, les huisseries, etc. Et l'aspect organisationnel et décision politique, parce qu'il y a une combinaison entre les deux. S'il n'y a pas cette combinaison-là, on perd quelque chose en termes d'efficacité, de mise en œuvre, parce qu'il y aura toujours une décision politique qui ira dans un mauvais sens ou une implémentation technique qui ira dans le mauvais sens. Donc il faut qu'il y ait une cohérence, une combinaison entre les deux pour avoir la meilleure efficience possible de mise en œuvre sur le territoire, je pense.
Merci. Yeah, and that would be my last topic of questions. So digging a bit more in financing or different kind of incentives that you have identified or put in place in your different agencies or projects to fill this gap from policy strategies, plans to implementation. So maybe with Yuri at Bar to start with, yeah, what have you done or identified to fill the gaps between strategies and implementation, and what you have suggested to decision makers, and what was the main incentives to engage them in ongoing implementation?
Yeah, actually, the starting point of our second phase in BuildMe was exactly that banks approach us, or donor banks approach us and saying, we have the money, so money is not the issue, but we don't know how to spend the money because we are lacking the tools to assess what an energy efficient building is. So in that sense, we kind of bypassed the policy part because we felt that building codes and influencing building codes takes too much time. And reality shows that in Egypt we have the building codes published in 2006, and for residential, and 2009 for commercial buildings. Speaking to architects, project developers, they are not even aware of their existence. So there's a huge gap of getting something implemented. Though we still have worked on this, analyze them and try to recommend how to simplify the codes to get that closer to implementation. Still, the main track that we have chosen was really focusing on the private sector. So working with financial institutions and project developers directly, and giving, so to say, them the needs of filling the gap with the development of a tool and a certificate that has been, so to say, recognized by EBRD to close that financial gap. So there are in the whole region more or less functioning funds, EBRD, but there are also other banks that are able or willing to jump in, that are pretty attractive. So EBRD is giving 10% cash back if you reach a specific target, energy target. This normally is kind of equal to the additional cost that you need to come to really recognizable energy savings. So roughly 50% of energy savings can be secured with 10% of additional costs. So in that sense, for the project developer, this could be a low-brainer if the financial conditions are also fitting. Because actually in Egypt, and I'm not Egyptian, the interest loans right now, we're talking about 30% of interest loans. So the grants are coupled to loans. And actually, no one is taking loans right now for the building sector. There's kind of a bubble happening right now. For Jordan, though, it works. So with something around 10%, so 7 to 12% of interest loans, this still can be attractive. At least you get the interest loan, so to say, paid. So long story short, activating directly the private sector and try to matchmake the private sector with the banks, this was our kind of approach, and led to the first also finance and certified pilot projects. So we are working with some project developers in Jordan and have been able to matchmake, so to say, the project developers with banks. And there are a compound now that has been is under construction that will receive the fund, and this will be even extended to other buildings, inshallah.
Thank you. Other tools, d'autres instruments que vos agences ont mis en œuvre pour créer des incentives, soit envers le secteur privé si besoin est, soit envers la construction des bâtiments à différentes échelles.
En fait, je crois que si on mettait sur la table l'ensemble des outils que toutes les agences ont à disposition, on aurait on a à coup sûr une diversité phénoménale d'outils. C'est un peu ce que disait Adèle tout à l'heure, c'est-à-dire que chacun développe ses outils chez soi en fonction de son propre contexte et de ses propres décisions politiques et de sa propre organisation. On parlait tout à l'heure de l'organisation territoriale qui est différente d'un pays à l'autre. Effectivement, on est obligé de s'adapter. Je trouve que... Alors, on peut aller dans le détail de tous les outils, les énumérer, etc. Je pense qu'on prendrait trop de temps pour ça. Ce que je trouve essentiel, moi, dans le projet meetMED, c'est que c'est un projet dans ses différentes phases, 1, 2, 3, et pourquoi pas la 4 et la 5 demain. C'est un projet qui permet de mettre autour de la table des gens provenant de contextes différents, avec des organisations différentes, des schémas de décision politique différents, et qui concourent au même but, c'est-à-dire avoir l'efficacité énergétique dans les bâtiments la meilleure possible, avec le contexte qui est le contexte de chacun. Et je pense qu'on se prend des petites claques à chaque fois, c'est-à-dire que même, je dirais, nord ou sud, peu importe, c'est-à-dire que quand on voit ce qui se passe dans un autre pays, on se dit, tiens, mais pourquoi j'y ai pas pensé chez moi ? Et inversement. Et quelque part, ce projet meetMED, c'est vraiment un enrichissement de ces outils. Il ne s'agit pas d'harmoniser tous les outils, parce qu'on n'y arrivera pas. C'est de véritablement les rendre les plus efficients possibles en fonction du contexte de chaque pays, en tirant parti des expériences de chacun. Et ça, je pense que c'est quelque chose qu'on ne retrouve dans pas d'autres projets au niveau européen tels que celui-là, en tous les cas sur le pourtour méditerranéen, d'avoir cette communauté d'intérêt qui se crée autour de l'efficacité énergétique, notamment dans un secteur qui est essentiel, le secteur du bâtiment. Et ça, je pense que c'est ça que meetMED promeut, en tous les cas, sur le bassin méditerranéen, et c'est là-dessus que l'on doit construire quelque chose pour le meetMED 3, en intégrant cette dimension climatique qui touche tout le monde au niveau du bassin méditerranéen. Je sors du sommet des océans à Nice, qui a mis en exergue effectivement la région méditerranéenne comme une région extrêmement touchée par le changement climatique. Donc, quelque part, il faudra intégrer cette dimension-là. Il faudra intégrer également tout cet aspect de mobilisation et d'accompagnement de l'ensemble des territoires, quelle que soit l'organisation du pays, en fonction de ce qui est possible de faire dans chacun des pays. Mais il faudra embarquer ces territoires dans cette vision de l'efficacité énergétique.
Ok. Moi, je voudrais donc échanger deux idées importantes. C'est concernant aussi donc, le financement et l'incitation financière dans le bâtiment. Tout d'abord, donc, au Liban, c'était difficile de mettre en place un mécanisme de financement de l'efficacité énergétique du bâtiment qui permet de mettre, c'est-à-dire d'implémenter le thermal standard 2010, c'est-à-dire l'isolation thermique des bâtiments. Ce qui s'est passé, c'est-à-dire avec échange avec le ministère et tout, la loi de construction a été modifiée. Ils ont introduit dans la loi une incitation. L'incitation, c'est quoi? Vous savez que dans la construction, on a ce qu'on appelle le coefficient d'occupation d'espace et le coefficient d'occupation de sol. Ça veut dire que le bâtiment, quand on l'a construit, quand on va calculer la surface construite, on calcule de l'extérieur du bâtiment. Voilà. Et de l'extérieur du bâtiment, si on met donc de l'isolation thermique, la surface intérieure, elle va diminuer. Les promoteurs, à ce moment-là, ils vont perdre sur la surface. Et donc, si on met de la protection solaire, elle va déborder sur la rue, et c'est interdit donc de déborder, puisqu'il ne faut pas que ça déborde. Dans la loi, donc, on a mis deux choses importantes, c'est-à-dire que si on met de l'isolation thermique et de double vitrage, les deux en même temps, à ce moment-là, la surface construite, elle se calcule de l'intérieur, pas de l'extérieur. Ce qui permet à ce moment-là aux développeurs de gagner des mètres carrés qui peuvent ajouter un étage, surtout dans les zones urbaines comme Beyrouth. Et aussi, on a permis 80 cm que les protections solaires débordent de l'extérieur. Ça, c'est ce permet. Mais qu'est-ce qu'on a constaté maintenant, parce que je reviens, c'est que où ces incitations donc, ont été appliquées, c'est dans Beyrouth, où le mètre carré de construction il est énormément cher, dans les villes côtières où vraiment une grande densité. Mais tandis que dans l'ABK ou autres, malgré qu'ils ont beaucoup plus besoin de l'isolation thermique, ils n'appliquent pas, puisque pour eux, ça ne représente aucun intérêt, puisqu'il y a ça. Donc, c'est un mécanisme qui a fonctionné bien dans certains endroits, mais pas dans l'autre. Alors maintenant, une autre chose importante à vous dire, c'est que si en 2050, si on se projette en 2050, 80% des bâtiments en 2050 sont déjà construits. C'est-à-dire, il nous reste jusqu'à 2000 c'est-à-dire tout ce qu'on fait pour les nouveaux bâtiments, c'est-à-dire ça implique 20% du parc des bâtiments en 2050. Donc ce qui veut dire qu'il y a 80% actuellement des bâtiments qui ont à faible efficacité énergétique et qu'il faut les rénover. Et les mécanismes de financement, les mécanismes d'incitation doivent être actuellement. Bon, moi j'échange une expérience parce que j'ai eu l'occasion de travailler avec la FD dans le cadre de PEB, c'est le programme d'efficacité énergétique des bâtiments, et dans certains pays, je ne veux pas maintenant dire lequel, c'est-à-dire donc on a développé une ligne de crédit AFD pour la rénovation des bâtiments résidentiels. Enfin, quelque chose de comment rénover, ce sont donc des prêts qui sont donnés à travers les banques nationales pour les individuels qui veulent effectivement rénover leurs bâtiments. Ce sont des prêts, bien entendu, dans les conditions de l'AFD avec un taux d'intérêt relativement faible par rapport aux autres. Maintenant, la question principale, où est le rôle des agences? C'est ça ce qu'on va dire. Puisque lorsqu'on parle finance, ce sont des banques. Mais le problème des banques, c'est quoi? Comment vérifier que ce projet-là, il répond aux conditions d'efficacité énergétique? Comment donc? Les agences doivent intervenir à ce stade-là, c'est-à-dire stade de vérification et stade de formation des agents dans les banques, et comment analyser. Mais aussi au stade de développement de ce qu'on appelle de tools, c'est-à-dire dans le cadre de ce projet dont je vous parle, on a développé ce qu'on appelle un green platform. La green platform, ça permet à n'importe qui d'entrer dans cette plateforme informatique, de choisir donc les mesures d'efficacité énergétique, changer par exemple les fenêtres. On lui demande combien de mètres carrés de fenêtres, ajouter l'isolation, combien de mètres carrés, ainsi. À chaque phase, on trouve quelles sont les économies d'énergie et les émissions de gaz carbone qui sont évitées. Et en même temps, donc, ça lui permet de voir quelles sont les économies aussi monétaires, puisque c'est relié au prix des énergies. Mais ça, c'est-à-dire de notre côté, et ce qui est important, on a introduit les fournisseurs agrégés. C'est-à-dire, pour les matériaux d'isolation, il doit choisir parmi ses fournisseurs. Pour le photovoltaïque dans le résidentiel, il doit choisir sur ça. Donc ça, c'est un rôle très important pour les agences, c'est-à-dire de développer ce qu'on appelle cette plateforme comme ça, qui regroupe tous les professionnels de bâtiment qui sont agrégés ou autres et tout ça, qui donne des idées très importantes aussi pour l'utilisateur final qui va tester ce qu'il va gagner lorsqu'il va rénover. Donc le mécanisme, et là je pense que ça nous permet de converger vers le programme d'efficacité énergétique de bâtiments de PEB, voilà, et donc d'essayer de développer pour chaque pays une plateforme ou une seule plateforme qui est adaptée pour le pays, puisque la seule différence ce sont donc les fournisseurs et tout ça. On peut les introduire par pays, les équipements on peut les introduire par pays, et aussi effectivement, c'est-à-dire les prix d'énergie, voilà. Mais il y a un rôle important, je pense, des agences pour aider à la rénovation du parc des bâtiments existants.
Très bien. Donc moi, je rajouterais juste quelque chose par rapport aux bâtiments neufs. Donc je parlerai beaucoup plus de l'expérience de l'Algérie. Donc il y a plusieurs segments de bâtiments qui sont construits. Il y a une grande partie, je dirais 70%, donc sont construits par l'État. Donc principalement, c'est des bâtiments, donc les logements, principalement les logements sociaux. Donc le prix de construction, c'est un prix administré. Donc nous avons ce qui nous intéresse le plus aussi, donc c'est parce que nous sommes en train de mettre l'application de la réglementation thermique dans le bâtiment progressivement, donc en fonction des segments segments des bâtiments, de chaque segment de bâtiment. Principalement, je voudrais justement m'intéresser aux 30% qui sont principalement, c'est des bâtiments qui sont construits par le privé, ce qu'on appelle des logements promotionnels, dont le prix, donc qui est dans le prix de cession, c'est un prix libre. Là, justement, parce que ces logements sont construits principalement par les apports initiaux des promoteurs et aussi par les banques. Donc, justement, je me projette dans le meetMED 3, donc accompagner les banques, justement, pour avoir, donc, à l'image de ce qu'a dit M. Mortada, effectivement, à mettre des mécanismes financiers, justement, qui vont permettre, justement, de financer beaucoup plus les bâtiments donc, qui respectent la réglementation thermique que les autres bâtiments, donc avec des taux préférentiels. Donc, justement, un accompagnement direct des banques, donc des banques privées ou publiques nationales, pour pouvoir justement mettre en place ces crédits donc, qui seront destinés aux bâtiments avec l'intégration de mesures d'efficacité énergétique. C'est pas aussi simple que ça, donc il faudrait justement travailler sur les risques, donc travailler sur les risques avec aussi toutes les compagnies d'assurance pour pouvoir réduire les risques et aussi réduire le taux d'intérêt, et de travailler aussi donc avec tout ce qui est vérification, tout ce qui est outils de vérification, parce que les banques doivent justement vérifier, donc avoir des outils pour vérifier justement toutes les mesures d'efficacité énergétique qui sont justement énoncées et qui sont mises en œuvre. Donc ça, c'est le premier point. Aussi, donc, le deuxième point sur lequel je voudrais insister dans le meetMED 3, c'est le partage d'expérience. Donc, partage d'expérience des différents pays, donc des différents pays de la rive nord ou de la rive sud de la Méditerranée, donc qui sont partenaires dans le meetMED, permettre justement aux experts nationaux d'avoir un retour d'expérience au niveau d'autres pays. Donc il ne suffit pas justement de faire des séances de renforcement de capacité, mais permettre justement de toucher du doigt, d'aller dans des pays partenaires et d'exercer, de vérifier un peu ce qui se fait dans d'autres pays pour avoir justement cette expertise nécessaire qui pourront justement appliquer dans leur propre pays. Je terminerai pour les collectivités locales. Effectivement, donc, il faudrait renforcer les capacités des élus, notamment, mais aussi donc, de trouver aussi, parce que les élus, c'est vrai, ils ont un mandat pour 5 ans, etc., ils vont partir, mais il faut trouver d'autres partenaires, d'autres fonctionnaires dans des collectivités locales qui ont justement cette capacité donc à influer sur la décision des élus et aussi donc pour mettre en application cette réglementation thermique au niveau des territoires.
Thank you. Yeah, you'll have the wrap up. Just to sum up, yeah, all the partners here were mentioning some recommendation for the next phase of meetMED 3, notably, and from their perspective. So still keeping on with the sharing of experience, but also the capacity building of the banking sector, that is the leverage tool to extend financing of such projects. So in your perspective from Guidehouse, yeah, looking ahead, what are the next priorities that you can identify to fine-tune all these levels we've been talking about, from national, local, private sector, private banking, and so on?
My recommendation, and being a little bit far away, of course, I'm following the evolution of meetMED, but choose your partners wisely, and that's really country-specific. So if you want to have kind of impact, immediate impact, then try to be country-specific and involve the private sector for sure, and really try to be as close as possible with the project developer. So actually in Egypt, there's a state-owned project developer, Nuka, which is more or less constructing 1 million units in 5 years. If you just would be able to get close to them and improve what their plannings would have, because that's highly scalable and replicative, just by 10%, you would save thousands of emission tons. And actually, if I understand my colleague correctly, in Algeria there's also a state-owned project developer. So if the public sector plays their role, that's not always linked to financial resources. So passive strategies are at no costs, and a lot of simulations show easily you can, if you do right planning, you can easily save 20 to 30% of emissions with right orientation, all the passive strategies that everyone knows, so to say. That's not rocket science. So do that right. In other countries, in Lebanon, there is no state-owned project developer, so you work with the private sector, boost communication. So communication is completely underestimated. So really have maybe even a specific working stream on communication. The right pitches needs to be formulated target specifically, target group specifically. And awareness raising is still not to be underestimated, so to say. And of course, then the training needs to come, also target group specifically. And the financial resources are available. So Dr. Adel mentioned AFD and PEEP. So they are active in the same market you are in. They have a clear fund that triggers energy efficiency in buildings. With 50% of savings, you get 8% of cashback. EBRD is active with 10% of cashback, with 25% of savings. Nicely, they are complementary. So AFD is tackling the public sector, while EBRD is tackling the private sector. So make use of all the available funds. Try. It's not a matter of tools, but it's a matter of really of engagement of the specific sectors, and really understand what they are in need of, and then yeah, try to build them in as soon as possible as you start. That's my recommendation.
Yeah, so I think that was the wrap-up. Thank you to all of the speakers for this session, and thank you. Photo, okay.
Dear all, thank you for your patience and for staying with us. We come to our third panel, and it's an anticipating avant-goût for meetMED 3. So, welcome to the panel discussion 3, Empowering Local Authorities, the Road to meetMED 3. This session focuses on strengthening local governance through multi-level collaboration, enhancing access to finance, and advancing local energy planning. This session is moderated by our dear Roberta Boniotti. And Roberta, over to you to invite your guests to discuss strategies and best practices for empowering local authorities to lead sustainable energy initiatives and climate action at the community level. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Nadia. Sorry, everyone, I'm the only moderator in this shape. So thank you for being here. It's very late. I will try to really squeeze my session. And for that, let's get started. I would like to call Cristina Casella, that's a program manager at DG MENA, European Commission. I don't know if Susanna Baueresch is online. Yes, okay. Okay, thank you, Susan. I'm very sad you are not here because really we wanted to have you and also Basil today, but unfortunately due to the sad situation you are not here, but you are joining online and this is very relevant. Then I would like to have Marcos Damasiotis, the head of Directorate of End-Use and Energy Efficiency Technologies and Applications. Sorry, Susan is Manager of Energy Efficiency and Solar Thermal Energy Division at NERC RSS Jordan, and Marcos at CRES Greece. And then Miriam McDissey, she's Communication and Networking Expert for the meetMED project. So we were supposed to have 2 questions each, but I will put them together so that we can finish on time. Hopefully. And as Nadia said, this was supposed to be the forward-looking session focused on multi-level governance, implementation of energy and climate transition at local level, and empowering municipalities. But we discussed, in my opinion, the whole afternoon about the forward-looking activities, and in particular meetMED 3. Now we will focus on one of the 2. This is not part of the meetMED 2, of course. This is the final event, but in my opinion, it's also the final event for the second part, but it's the starting point for the meetMED 3. We've already discussed a lot. We've had a lot of inputs. I don't know, maybe all the inputs will be sufficient for meetMED 3, 4, 5, 10. So we will have really to be concentrated in the next phase because resources are limited on the 2 outputs that we have in meetMED 3, and one of them being promoting sustainable cities. So this is linked to the Covenant of Mayors. And for this, I would like to start with Cristina and ask you what are the main challenges to be considered at the Mediterranean region in the implementation of energy and climate actions plans at local level? And I will add also the second question that do you have any recommendations for a concrete implementation of the national energy and climate plans at local level through the multi-level governance?
Thank you very much, Roberta. Indeed, it's quite late into the day and I don't want us to end at midnight, and these are very big questions. So I will really try to be very brief and just highlight a few points. First, perhaps I want to mention how important it is to work with cities. Cities are really at the forefront of climate action, not only because when it comes to climate impacts, cities are highly vulnerable. We know that they are a concentration of a lot of people and infrastructure. I'm thinking about coastal cities, for example, in particular, who are also particularly vulnerable to climate impacts. Cities have to deal with flooding and all kinds of disasters caused by climate, and they have, public health emergencies to handle sometimes when, there's a disaster happening, for example. So they cannot really, they have to be empowered, and this is the topic of the session. And it's important to try and work at all levels. So try and make sure that when we develop actions at city levels, these are not developed in isolation, but rather in coordination with the different levels of government, and that there can be both a bottom-up and a top-down sort of processes working together. We also believe cities have a key role to play in climate mitigation. We know, of course, that emissions coming from key sectors such as transport and buildings and industry are also concentrated in cities. So again, cities are not only very highly impacted by climate impacts, but they also have a key role to play on mitigation. As at the EU, we've tried to support cities through various programs, and one of them is meetMED, as you know, because meetMED had a small component on cooperation with cities, with their twinning component that was very successful. But we also had another project called KlimaMed, which supported cities specifically in the development of sustainable energy and climate action plans. Over 80 SECAPs have been developed through this project. For me, this is important to make sure that plans don't just end up on a shelf. This would be a loss of hours and hours and days and weeks and months and years of work on all sides, especially from the cities that were involved. So it is important to try and source funding. So when it comes to the challenges, we spoke a lot about the problems with capacity building. I think it was a very good point to say that it needs to be at all levels of government and at technical level as well as political level. There needs to be bigger capacity and better understanding on energy efficiency and renewable energies in general, the energy transitions. In addition to that, of course, there is a funding. It's all about trying to raise funding, which is not always an easy thing. We've heard a lot about this as well. But trying to put together bankable projects is also really at the core of making this a reality and not just plans. So what I would like to say is that let's try to build on what we have already achieved. There has been already a lot of work on these SECAPs. What can we do to bring them to life? I mean, some of them have already been brought to life. Within the KlimaMed project, there was also a strand on financing. Again, trying to look at innovative financing solutions, trying to do some matchmaking, make sure that these plans would actually come to life. But of course, not all of them have been implemented. There's still a long road to get to let's say, the end road is very far in sight, but this would be one recommendation. And the other one as well is just to mention that we need to work across sectors. We are talking more and more now about WEFE, for example, which integrates water, energy, food systems, ecosystems together. It's quite important when we are looking at energy solutions that we don't forget the water aspect, especially in very highly water-stressed regions that we are working on. So I think this is also important. There's always a tendency of ministries to work a little bit in silos. Not just ministries, every organization works like this. But I think breaking those silos and trying to find really solutions that don't solve one problem to harm another at the same time. I would say this is also really recommendations that I would see and building on the problems that we've seen. And then we've heard a lot the importance about just trying to share experiences, and every country is different. I've heard very much this point as well, that solutions should be tailor-made, and indeed, especially in a very heterogeneous region like the one that we are working in, solutions really need to be tailor-made and respond to the specific problems, issues, conditions, and opportunities that are present in a country. So I think this is a very important point. So have tailor-made solutions, but also share those solutions and trying to make sure that the lessons learned are shared with others, and that if there is an innovative project that gave very good results, why not try to share it? And this is something that meetMED has been doing, and I've heard a lot of appreciation for this component of meetMED, to have this everyone around the table. You know, it's not just also the stakeholders that are here, but through the MED SEI forums, you know, we've brought together the banking sector and so on. So I think this has been very successful in meetMED 2, and I hope and I know that I will see it continue in meetMED 3. Just a few points.
Thank you very much, Christina. We will build upon our previous experience, of course, Water Energy Nexus, the MED-SCI forums, the banking. So we will consider all of this, taking into consideration that 60% of the people in the Mediterranean live in cities. So this is very important for us. And moreover, we are the energy agencies, together, of course, with the RECRE, that's the organization working with us in the project. And we are not consultants, we are really based in the countries. We are national energy agencies, so this is really to ensure sustainability to the action in the future. With that, I would like to ask Miriam, because you've been working for a long time for the meetMED or meetMED project, and so what about really this aspect of finance and implementation? What are your experiences? What would you like to share? And also, the meetMED initiative is relatively young. Are there already in place schemes for the monitoring of the implementation of the plans? Because we talk every time of SECAPs, so Sustainable Energy Access and Climate Action Plans, but the monitoring, we know that this is pretty new, so I wanted to ask you these points.
Thank you, Roberta. Thank you for inviting me. Yes, I've been working for meetMED and SESMED before that for a long time with a wonderful team and wonderful cities. I must say, I love our cities. Of course, cities are really very central, and thank you for bringing this subject up. And the 70%, I think, of Mediterranean cities have experienced climate change impact so far. I just came back from the Red Sea, where they have huge problems of seashore erosion, and not to talk about droughts in other regions and floods, etc., etc. We all know the subject. Our cities face huge challenges. Apart from the climate change, when they prepare their SECAPs, and we've seen that, you know, I just want to say that cities in the Mediterranean region are very aware of that, and there's a huge surge and demand to prepare climate actions, because they have understood that when they have a plan, what we call Sustainable Energy Access and Climate Action Plan, one, they know where they're going, they have a vision for their city, and three, they know that this is going to be the key for financing. We've been raising a lot their expectations, I must say, and unfortunately, the rest is not following. And I was listening to Mr. Barr saying that there are millions and millions. There are millions and millions. The main challenge for our cities is that most of them don't have the capacity to receive money. They don't have the capacity to receive loans or grants. That's one. Two, when they do get a small loan or grant, their staff is not trained to manage this money. Plus, there are no small grants at the size of the projects that are in the SECAPs. Some of our cities are very small. Some are rural. They don't need millions. They need small grants or a little bit of money. And why a lot of them have been implementing with their municipal budget? Because with a little bit of money, they can do a lot. This is a real issue that mainstreaming climate finance, and I'm not the most, I'm not the expert in talking about finance, but this is really why cities are demanding to prepare their SECAPs. They are demanding for finances. And of course, the projects, as you said, Christina has prepared a fantastic guidebook where they try to find some innovative solutions like crowdfunding, bundling projects, whatever. I mean, there are a lot, but I mean, it should happen. It should happen because they have high expectations, you know, that once they go through this effort of doing their SECAP, that something will, you know, will be at the end of the road. Going back to COMED, because I don't want to also take a lot of time, the Covenant of Mayors for the Mediterranean, yes, is a young initiative, but not that young. It's one of the first covenants, actually, because in 2012, the European Commission decided to enlarge the EU covenant. And actually, it was established effectively in 2015. So this year, we are celebrating its 10th anniversary. And in 2018, with ClimaMed, we established the platform and everything. So the Covenant of Mayor is really one of the 13 regional covenants under the umbrella of GCOM, and it is an EU also funded initiative that brings together, that empowers all those cities by allowing them to develop their energy and climate action plans, but also that puts them together. So there's a lot of, you know, sharing experiences, etc. The main point is that if you didn't prepare your SECAP, you can still enroll and join the COMED, but you have 2 years to prepare your SECAP. But by joining, you commit. So the city's buy-in and commitment is very clear in the Mediterranean. They want to commit to reduce their emissions. What I was going to say, what can I tell you more about the covenant? There's a very high demand. We are now 217 cities, including Union of Municipalities, mainly in Lebanon, and a lot more is coming. However, it's a challenge for COMED and ClimaMed because we cannot prepare 217 new SECAPs. We already did 69. So that we have put together some methodologies, etc., and some reports and some guidebooks and manuals to do what we call the help desk assistance to those cities. I think you asked me about...
No, yeah.
Sorry.
If there are already in place schemes for the monitoring.
You mean monitoring the implementation?
Of the implementation, yeah.
We don't have schemes. What we have is we have 2 help desks, one in the Mashreq region, one in the Maghreb, and we have very close coordination and communication with our cities. So they tell us when they implement. I think we are approximately. It's been reported that 2/3 of the projects in the SECAPs overall have been implemented. But as I told you, these are small-scale projects, but with a large-scale, let's say, efficiency at the size of the cities.
Thank you very much for the experience of the ClimaMed project, but now we go to 2 agencies that are 2 members of MEDNER and will be fully involved in the next phase of the project. And so I would like to ask you and then to Susanne, but yeah, she's connected. So let's start with Marcos, that's from the Greece experience. I would like to ask you, what's the role of the national energy agencies in supporting the municipalities for the local climate action? And also, CRES is national coordinator of the Covenant of Mayors. So what are your recommendations from this point of view?
Okay, thank you very much, Roberta. Thank you for inviting me here. It's a pleasure. There are a lot of things that I could say. I will try to summarize. We heard very interesting things from the beginning. Let's say something. When we speak about SECAPs, we speak about studies. They are studies that they need to be done in a certain way, the European Covenant of Mayors, they have to reach, through the studies, certain goals, 40% decrease of CO2 until 2030, and so on and so on. So they are studies. Okay, all municipalities want to have studies. And first question, do they have the capacity to make the study? Do they have reliable data? Do they have a mechanism for monitoring if what they written in the first approach is updated by the reality? Because you make a study and after 2 years, 3 years, you see that, okay, I said that I will have decrease 10% and I have 5%. What am I doing? Other question. Okay, the municipality makes this study, is very satisfied, they know, they have the plan, and so on. Where they will find the money to make the plan real? And it's not small projects, because in order to reach 40% decrease of CO2 until 2030, you have to intervene in many sectors: buildings, transports, industry, urban areas, open areas, everything. You have to touch all the cities, smart cities. You have to put informatics. It's huge. How do you succeed? If the study is not, if the region that is upon the municipality doesn't know about this study, when they allocate money, they don't have in mind what is written in the studies. So we have a question of connecting the level of governance. That's why it's so important, the multi-level governance, in order to see the SICAPs become real. And I'm coming to your question. What's the role of national energy agencies? Crucial, critical, because we are speaking with the central government, we are speaking and we can speak with the municipalities, we can provide technical assistance, we can give consultancy about where to find the data. The data is very important. Where to find, how to disaggregate data. So I think that the national energy agencies are the critical point for achieving multi-level governance. I will speak from my experience as representing the Center for Renewable Energy Sources, that is a center that is operating under the auspices of the Ministry of Environment and Energy in Greece. So, as coordinators of the Covenant of Mayors, we know that the municipalities have submitted their SICAPs in the beginning, SICAPs now, to the platform of the Covenant of Mayors. Okay, the ministry, does the ministry knows about this? How to use, how to see, how to... Yeah. So, there is the CRES that when it comes the moment, bring these two institutions, the Covenant of Mayor and the Ministry, in communication in order to, you know, be aware of the whole. It's not easy. It's difficult, but I think that the most wise decision that the Commission has, let's say, taken about meetMED 3 is to involve in the Covenant of Mayors for the Mediterranean national energy agencies, because really they are critical for achieving the multi-level governance. No, now, speaking about finance, okay, what CRES, what APRI, what ADEN could do about that. As I said, when we are consultants, when we design strategic programs for, let's say, energy efficiency in buildings, we are giving consultancy to the ministry. So what we did from in the past was to put as how can I say, when a municipality wants to receive funding for upgrading its buildings, it should present a CIAP. So CIAP is the preconditions for receiving funding from the public investment funds. I am sure that national agencies have the ability and capacity to not to solve, it's not possible, but to make things better and more realistic in terms of implementation of CCAPs in Mediterranean too.
Thank you very much, Marcos. In fact, this is more or less the vision of all our agencies, from the northern and from the southern shore. And I think that the vision from the others would be the same, but I wanted to talk with Susan because she represents an agency, a Mediterranean agency from the southern shore. And I would like to ask you, Susan, exactly the same. What's the role of national energy agencies, in your view, in supporting the municipalities for the local climate action? And also, Marcos already talked about data, because this is very relevant, and I wanted to ask also Susan about the facility or maybe the times needed to get data and to really have concrete and effective data. But also if the Mediterranean municipalities are ready to fully understand the relevance of CCAPs and to implement the action plans. Are they really aware about this? Do they have staff? Do they have strength enough?
Thank you, Roberta. Good evening, everyone. I'm glad to be with you today and celebrate meetMED 2 achievements. Just to give you an overview about our work at NEC, we have supported the development of around 10 national sustainable energy and climate action plans at the national level at Jordan and at the regional level in Lebanon and Tunisia. And we are proud of this step because we believe that having sustainable energy and climate action plan lists all the needs and wrap up all the needs of the municipalities in order to reduce CO2 and greenhouse gases and reach their targets. Let's say, what about regarding our role as national agencies? I think we can bridge the gap between national policy and local action. Also, we play a key role in providing technical assistance, standard methodologies, and tools for planning and reporting. Also, we can help and guide municipalities how to access finance and training opportunities. From our experience in developing CCAPs, the key issue in developing CCAPs is that you need a lot of data because it covers different sectors. And usually, you need these data sometimes from electricity companies, for example, which takes a lot of time in getting the response according to the timeline that you are planning for the development of the CCAPs. So this is the thing that is crucial. I believe also that the technical capacities for the municipalities need to be further supported because each action itself requires sometimes special technical expertise. It's not just that you list all the actions that needs to be, let's say, implemented, but at the end you see that some actions really need specific capacity building so they can understand and know exactly how to do the following. Can you see me? Can you hear me? Because I can't see you anymore.
Yes, yes, sure.
Oh, okay, just because the screen, I can't see you now. Okay.
Yes, I can hear you.
Okay. Okay, can you please share the screen? I say just that I am not in the event now. Or okay, I will proceed. Okay. Again, so we need to provide support for the technical capacities of the municipalities, support them on how to monitor and prioritize the actions. Because as you mentioned that still we have just help desks in the region. What we need now is to provide the monitoring tools at the national and the regional levels. And I see meetMED 3, there's a great opportunity for meetMED 3 to support these monitoring tools, because bridging, let's say, the technical, finance, and policy, and by bridging and connecting between all these pillars in order to implement the actions and become real and achieve the real targets. Thank you.
Thank you very much, because we've had 2 examples, because our session cannot be too long, but the concept is the same. We as energy agencies, and I also put myself in the category, we are ready to do that and to bring our approach, of course, as a continuation of the efforts of meetMED, and we are happy also to make the link with the meetMED project, because of course you worked for many years, and maybe we can mix our experiences, and that's an enrichment, I think. There would be a lot of discussions to do. We could have several examples and several participants talking about that, as we did this morning actually in the General Assembly of MED&R that we could not finish. I think we are ready. Let's choose very well what are the topics of the meetMED 3, because we have to be focused. Of course, resources are not let's say too much. They are a big amount, but we are also many agencies, and we have, as you've heard today, a lot of ideas and a lot of inputs, so we'll be working actively to make the meetMED 3 a success. This is, I don't know if you have final comments or if you want to add something, because it's already 6:20, so yes, please. Yes, I can see her.
Okay. As you mentioned now, Roberta, you now mentioned something that is really critical, the resources. We need to understand the resources of the municipalities, how much financial abilities they have, the number of staff they have. Because we visit the municipalities and they say that we have all our staff for the municipality, 400 employees. So for them, having qualified staff and with the right number to implement the actions and do the reporting and monitoring, it's not easy for them. So by that, we go again that we need to have the right resources, the right funding, the right policy governance and support in order to achieve the ultimate outcome, which is to see the 40% commitment achieved. And that's why in our previous discussions, we mentioned that meetMED 3 is a great opportunity to focus more on what are the real needs of the implementation of these plans, and looking forward for achieving high impact in the region, at the national level and in the region. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you, Susan. It's very important, the staff, where they are at the moment of the CCAPs, maybe then they leave, the CCAPs will stay there. There are a lot of problems. Marcus, you wanted to add something?
Yes, just one final comment. For me, preparing a SECAP is okay, is something that is done. What we should see in meetMED 3 is to propose all this framework that these SECAPs could come from the office to be reals. So, and we have to face with all this that very briefly we spoke today. So maybe the target is how to make the SECAPs alive. Be alive.
Absolutely. And all the project will be around that, around multi-level governance. Just to give my final remarks, because we are already in the... yes.
I just want to add something, Roberta. That
yes, please.
Our cities, I don't know if I said, are conversions of crisis, but they have success stories. And I want really to stress that, yes, getting the data is tedious, is difficult, it's not accurate most of the time, but they are doing it and it's approved by the GRC. So we have success stories. And I want to pray my parish. That's the last thing I want to say. Communication, we didn't talk about communication. OECD said that 80% of the donors the projects in the SECAPs that have communication strategies. So I think we need to talk about communication.
Yes. Yeah. And thank you, because we will start from the successful experiences. This is very important, also communication, to communicate that and to build upon this. So finally, I was saying that the meetMED 3 project will try to link the national policies from the point of view of NEAPs and REAPs, national cooling action plans, or energy and climate plans, the guidelines for the regions. And then we'll try to link to the local level, so to the SECAPs, to see if we can do something for the famous multi-level governance that we are aiming at in Europe and everywhere in the world. But very important is to have demo actions, to have examples of successful implementation of the SECAPs and maybe also of the NEAPs and REAPs, and finally the finance, because we will have and we will be, as we've heard several times today, finance is there. We just need to find the mechanism. It's not just, but it will be something that we'll be trying to do. So that's also my final remarks. So I would like to give the floor to Christina to close, and to Maged, representing Recre.
Okay, I will really try and be very brief. It's not going to be possible to recap in a few minutes everything that we've discussed today, but perhaps a few points that stayed with me. First of all, the fact that we talk a lot about the energy transition and there's a lot of focus on the renewables. However, the first step should really be about focusing on reducing demand. Hence, energy efficiency has a particularly important place. And we should continue to raise awareness about this at all levels. It has been mentioned several times, but from central level all the way down to city level, technical level, but as well political level. We should talk about it together with the banks as well. The banks sometimes don't have the understanding that's needed to assess a project where, so there's a lot of discussion that needs to happen with the banking system. We spoke about the MED SEI fora, which have been very much appreciated, and I think this is one of the really good takeaways from meetMED 2, which will be continued. We spoke about the difficulty of creating the right conditions to develop bankable projects. However, this is really central if we want to attract investments. So it's also something that we need to continue working on. Already talked about tailor-made approaches. Research and innovation was also mentioned. I think that's quite important. Sometimes we have solutions that somehow work very well. Sometimes they're not the most expensive either. So it is about finding solutions that work and can be replicated and that can work as demonstrations effect. And then last but not least, continue to share experiences amongst ourselves. So I want to thank you for all the perspectives that you brought today. We spoke a lot about meetMED 2, and you have you've all done fantastic work of bringing all the results. So congratulations really to all of you. I think it's important to stop and congratulate you first for this second phase. Before we move to the third phase that we have discussed so much, you know, everything has already been mentioned by Roberta. There's a lot of ideas floating. We have taken note of all of these ideas. We will have to narrow them down eventually because resources are what they are and we will not be able to cover everything. One of the reasons why meetMED was successful, it was also because it was focused on a number of priorities, and I think it'll be the same for the third phase, which we also want to see as a priority. As a success. So once again, thank you very much for all of your involvement and contributions. Thank you.
Thank you all. As we conclude this first day of the concluding event of meetMED, in fact, we stand at a pivotal moment for the Mediterranean energy future. And during the past years, we have in fact, shown the example of the power of regional solidarity, from policy harmonization to institutional reforms, to implementation tools, among which we have presented here and will present tomorrow under meetMED and under other projects like ClimaMed and others. Of course, we have seen the priorities together. We know them, we know where are the gaps. But in fact, why we are celebrating and will celebrate tomorrow these achievements, yet our journey should continue. As meetMED transition into the next phase, we must scale pilot initiatives that we have started. We must scale up the investments as much as we can at different levels, as you highlighted, both of you. And we need to strengthen more the South-South collaboration, triangular, engage more countries like the Gulf, etc., and even show the example to Africa, because Africa is also coming to this track, I would say. So we see it because we are having also North African countries in this. So let today's partnership that we have with EU, with our partners, with the countries, etc., propel the future of meetMED project and improve the energy efficiency first principle that we try to, in fact, put into the mind of the region. Together, we can turn the moment into lasting impact. This is what I would like to say, and thank you for driving the Mediterranean clean energy transition. Thank you all for that. It has been an honor working with you, and we look forward to continue working with you all. On behalf of RCRE, of course, and of all my colleagues, it was a pleasure working with you. Tomorrow you will see more of the colleagues, but I know that there are other parallel events. So for those who will not be here tomorrow, we really appreciate your time, your input, your efforts, and the generosity of giving information to other countries to share the knowledge and to give impact to what we are doing. Thank you very much. We really appreciate all your efforts and time. Thanks to our partners who have been here with us today. And also thanks to the team, all the team, starting from the advisory board, I will not forget them, and then our project management team, and also the senior officials that have been dealing with, thank you all, and the project team who have implemented this, and our partners. We have synergized with many partners, and we have them with us today, BuildMe, ClimaMed, and others, many others. They were part of the successful journey of the meetMED. It was a success. Thanks, Agat, for your effort. Thanks, Asma, for your efforts over this. She's the shoulder. Ryan.
Yeah, in fact, sorry. I would like to especially to thank Ryan, because Ryan is the coordinator of the final event, and he did very, very well. An applause to Ryan.
Of course, I'd like to thank each and every one of the team. I'd like to thank Nadia for being the work package leader for the communication, and in fact, she is the engine behind all meetMED in its current phase. So there are plenty to thank. I'd like to thank the translators for the translation therapists here. Thank you very much for your effort today. And our colleagues here managing the technical aspects. Of course, this is the best for the last. I'd like to thank Federica. Thank you very much for all your effort. Of course, your affiliated agencies, our partners, Eduardo, Alessandro, everyone. I don't want to mention name. And Roberta, thanks for being always there for us. We really appreciate your time and effort. Thank you. I leave you our final words now.
Thank you very much. I think now it's closed. The picture, and then a group photo.
Panel photo, then the group photo. Yes. Yes. Roberta, all your agencies. Do you want Roberta, the agencies of Medina? All the agencies. Okay. Without? No, without. Are you stable enough? Good.
We will call you.
Yes, please.
We will call you.
Perfect.
Thank you. A group photo for all of us.
Yeah, let's see.
Asma. Ahmed. And the colleagues, a group photo.
Yes.
Thank you.
social dinner, so please don't go anywhere. We will either go from here through public transportation or have taxis.
Not yet. Ryan, take the mic. Take the mic.
Where's the mic? It's okay, don't need it.
Okay.
We will go at the restaurant from here, and it will be at 8 if you want to go by your own means. So please don't go, you are all invited. Thank you very much.
Sorry? I don't. Sorry? Mic there.